Okay, I think I'm live. How are y'all doing? The coverage of Ridglan Farms continues and continues, which is hear myself. There we go. There we go. Okay. All right. Going to play a couple of videos before we get into the Ridglan stuff. Ridglan Farms is the beagle breeder who has a special prosecutor looking into them right now. There's been some more news coming out. More news from Fox 6 Milwaukee, which is incredible. Hold on a sec. I'm all tangled up here. We good? Yeah. Anytime I go live, I try to start slow because it's not like I have like a buildup of people or how to get the word out about my lives a little better. But in any case, okay, we've got a new video from David Rams. I'll start with that and we'll hear about vegan camp out. This sounds like might be some AR drama. I know you guys love the drama, right? Let's do the drama to start out. Get people a little fired up. Okay. Why vegans are attacking vegan campout and why it matters. Let's check it out.
Since 2017. I've been in the vegan movement since 2017, and I've seen just about every big drama that's popped up over the years. But one big drama that has stuck around far longer than it should have has been the drama around the UK vegan festival, Vegan Campout. And believe it or not, most of this drama is coming from the vegans. We're talking insults, accusations, some vegans planning to protest outside the event, and even threats of physical violence. What the hell is going on? Vegan Campout is a huge summer festival reaching around 13,000 people at its peak, with this year's event downsizing to a still huge 7,000 people. It's promoted as a big music festival type event with all sorts of entertainment, including big name speakers, dance tents, and an education tent that focuses on animal advocacy and activism. There's also a ridiculous amount of vegan food available and tons of stalls, including animal charities and activism groups. Almost everything you'd want for a big vegan event like this. I've had some amazing times there, and one of my favorite things about the festival is I get the chance to meet so many of you lovely people who support my work.
Your competitors are going to hate me for doing this, but let me show you how to find key content and product insights from their website and use this data.
Might sound like I'm selling it here, and I do promote VCO here on the channel, but this video isn't sponsored. And it's important to note that I only work with VCO because I believe in the event. If I didn't, I wouldn't work with them. And to further clarify that point, I've been approached by many other companies over the years that have offered some pretty big.
You know, that means that David believes in me because he said I wouldn't promote it. I wouldn't work with them. I didn't believe in it. And David came on my channel. So David believes in me. Thank you, David. Thank you. I believe in you too, David.
Money to do promotions, but you know from watching my channel that I've only promoted a few products, like the Cards Against Veganity card game made by a passionate vegan and activist, Omni Vet certified vegan dog food to help feed our doggos with quality animal-free food, and Vega Vero, a 100% vegan supplements company run by vegans, many of which are activists. I only work with products and businesses I like and support. And of course, I sell my own t-shirts like this one, the anti-vegan social club one, which is, you know, if you're going to buy a t-shirt, might as well get a cool vegan one, right? I say all of this so you can be assured that I'm being honest in this video. I wouldn't make this for money. Over the last 3 years, some vegans have made it their mission to plague the vegan campout with accusations, drama, and even threats of violence. Why is that? Why does a 100% vegan festival working with animal charities get hate from vegans? Well, the drama around VCO is a toxic combination of 3 types of people. Deeply troubled individuals who gain a sense of importance and status from attacking this event, executing a never-ending flurry of fabrications and misinformation, some who are potentially not vegan at all, by the way. I suspect some of them might be infiltrators paid to disrupt this event. Vegans who consider themselves to be radical, who have ironically fallen victim to reactionism, opposing new innovations because they don't follow a certain path they believe veganism and animal rights should follow, and vegans who are genuinely...
What's up, Joe and Felix? You believe in me too, Joe? Thank you. But what is it you believe? What is it you believe? Nice to see you, Joe. Just finished listening to David's video a few minutes ago, Felix. We vegans are exceptional at infighting. We are. Well, if you've already watched this one, this might be boring for you, Felix, but we've got the Ridglan stuff coming up, so stay tuned. Stay tuned. That's going to be some good stuff.
Misinformed and have been tricked into removing support for the event by the first two groups. Deeply troubled and potential infiltrators. They're big claims to make. Why would I say that? Well, when you see some of the behavior of these types, I hope you'll see what I mean. I've seen these vegans say Jordan, the founder of the vegan campout, is an evil little runt, dangerous, and needs to be investigated by the police, that he has mental issues and should be locked up. They call him vacuous human vermin, deranged, a psychopath, disgusting. One of them said if they were—
Seems like social media to me. A little just par for the course when it comes to social media.
Going to commit violence, it would be against him. Here you can see two people discussing and making jokes about the size of his genitals. Here you can see comments about Jordan's sister, saying she oozes arrogance and that they're both vile people. Here they are wishing his parents had used contraceptives or swallowed, and that the best part of him ran down his mum's leg, that Jordan is an incel, unloved by his dysfunctional family, that he stalks people, is a sociopath, and needs professional help, and threatening him with physical violence. This person saying he hopes to bump into him after calling him a prick and accusing him of exploiting veganism for money. I've seen people claiming—
You know, those people that they're always like on social media, they're like, oh yeah, I just you wait till I run into you in person. And does that ever happen? The only times that I've ever seen that play out, I think Tash Peterson and Jack Higgs had this like guy that kept on commenting on Tash's and Jack's videos to an obsessive amount, and that they finally called him on it and were like, yeah, let's meet up. Let's meet up. They showed up, and lo and behold, the guy didn't show. Fancy that.
Jordan and his sister, the founders of the event, aren't even vegan or are anti-vegan. Of course, with no evidence and with stories that appear to be made up out of thin air.
Swallows are really cool birds. You're right. Are you an evil little runt, Joe? You're the Joe I know, right? Are you the Joe I know in person? Just making sure. Because if so, then I might concur.
Both Jordan and his sister Ellis, who run the event, have been vegan for years. But what if they weren't vegan? What would that mean? Well, I'm sure the vegans making this stuff up support plenty of products made by non-vegans. Take Alpro, a hugely popular plant milk brand owned by Danone, which is known for its dairy products. Or a more on-the-nose example, McDonald's and the McPlant.
Yeah, we were just talking about Danone the other day. Danone is just like a big multi-billion dollar, well, I don't know if they, probably billion, corporation that owns vegan brands, including So Delicious. And yeah, we were just talking about Danone.
There are vegan cafes and vegan events run by non-vegans too, that plenty of vegan support. I'm not saying this as a gotcha, like, aha, they're hypocrites, I win. Like, the aim of this video is to try and bring some sense to all this, not to win.
Here's what you can expect to pay for your tax prep.
Wait, this is backwards. My last tax guy only ever told me to write after he was finished.
I'm happy these vegans support vegan products, despite them being owned by or sold in non-vegan places. We have to make compromises in a non-vegan world. That's how we make progress.
You're the Joe I know. What's up, Joe? You doing all right? It's been a little while.
And as I said, Jordan and Ellis, who run the event, are vegan. So why support those products, but not a vegan event? If you go to the cinema, bowling, holidays, and buy vegan products at the supermarket, but you rally against vegan campout, that's not based on morals. It's just that you have a personal issue with the festival. I know vegans who've quietly told me they support VCO, but don't want to speak up because they see the kind of abuse from these people, and it's hard to blame them.
So, I think most of the people watching right now are American or in North America, I should say. So like this UK camp out may not seem that relevant to us. However, this is, you know, applicable to a lot of things that happen here in North America as well. We see this kind of drama creep up all the time, so we can hopefully learn some lessons, wisdom. David is often a voice of reason, so he'll sort this out.
I've no doubt my comment section is going to be full of this type of abuse, and if not, why not? Clearly, you're not a true hater if you missed my video, rookie. Being serious though, are you starting to see the problem here? Imagine if it was you or someone you cared about being spoken about like that. I hope you agree with me that when I said deeply troubled and potential infiltrators, I was maybe being a bit too nice. Where does all this hatred stem from? Where there's smoke, there's fire, right? Like, they must have done something to deserve all of this. Well, the whole thing started with a few legitimate complaints and a few misunderstandings. And don't you worry, we're going to dive deep into those complaints and misunderstandings a bit later in the video. Now, it seems that Jordan and the VCO team got a bit defensive when they were getting these complaints and these misunderstandings. I mean, we're all human, and this kind of thing happens. Let's be honest, no one enjoys being criticized. But what might have started as one or two reasonable complaints and a bit of misunderstanding has snowballed into tribalism and violent intent. As this group of individuals has grown, so has the intensity of their anger and the lies that come with it.
Just, you know, not having a ton of the facts about this so far, can these people just get a life? I mean, is there anything else that they can do with their time? Like, if they're part of the animal rights movement or the vegan movement or whatever, can they try to do something productive? Just a thought. I mean, I realize if I'm playing a video game, I'm wasting time. I could be on there bashing vegan camp out, but it seems to me playing Cyberpunk is a better use of my time.
It's an echo chamber of triggers, people constantly triggering each other with new information they either made up or misconstrued for dramatic effect.
Yes, Dennis, you will love this because this is vegan on vegan hate crimes, you know, so this will be.
This outrages others in the group who tag more onto the stories, lies, and insults. And
Or is it? Or is it? Are these infiltrators, as David has mentioned? They're definitely infiltrators who like to stir shit up in the animal rights movement. But I just sort of get the sense that they don't even need to. Like, we're good at that. We can handle it.
Cycle just keeps repeating until we end up with jokes about wishing Jordan's mum swallowed and threats to physically harm him on the street. You know those cool moments when you're telling a story and it gets funnier and funnier the more you get into it and your friends make jokes about it? Imagine that, but instead of it being funny, it's lies, rumors, horrible insults,
Eric
and
Adams
threats against
some
you.
fun.
And the threats aren't just limited to these clearly unwell people. Which brings us on to the radical vegans. What's going on with the radical vegans? What drama are they causing? There can be some crossover between those who are deeply troubled and maybe suffering some sort of identity crisis. And
are you the one doing this, Dennis? You're UK based. We're talking about the UK camp out. Okay. Are you the one stirring shit up at the UK camp out? I bet it's Dennis. Get him, guys, get him.
Radical vegans, but there are actually many well-meaning good people in the radical vegan world, and I'd like to focus on those. The more radical types criticizing VCO tend to be associated with a group called the Hunt Saboteurs. They're an incredible group based in the UK that tries to stop hunters from operating. They put their bodies and even their lives on the line, as these hunters tend to have police protection, so they get away with a lot, including
there have been many instances of hunt sabs getting horribly injured and killed. Look up Mike Hill, who died doing hunt sabbing.
Hitting and beating the sabs, running their horses at them, and other violent behavior. It goes without saying that the work that the Hunt Sabs does is incredibly brave. I'm thankful for what they do, even though they're probably going to hate me for what I'm about to say. Unfortunately, some members of the Hunt Sabs have been a core part of the drama and misinformation around this event. Some have even threatened Jordan, the founder of the event, with physical threats, saying they're associated with anti-fascists and he better watch himself as they don't muck about. Also trying to track his IP address, suggesting they're going to find out where he lives and hurt him. Wholesome.
Okay, what did Jordan do so bad that Okay.
Do the Hunt Sabs and other radical vegans want to hurt Jordan? Why are they against the event? There are some lies about VCO that these types have been pushing. The claims they continue to push are VCO banned Hunt Sabs from attending the event is operating on land where hunting takes place, and that the event is operating on land where factory farming takes place. None of this is true, and no matter how many times the record has been set straight, these lies continue to persist. VCO has never banned Hunt Sabs, but there was one year where it seemed they wouldn't be able to allow the group to hold a stall at the event due to pressure from the owners of the land. After further negotiation, this was overturned, and the Sabs were invited back to host a stall. This only took a couple of weeks to get sorted. They refused the invitation to host a stall and raise vital funds for their work because they were upset about being temporarily not allowed to host a stall there, and they've held that grudge ever since. Actually, that grudge got so bad that members of the Hunt Sabs have dedicated themselves to trying to shut the event down, some even saying they're going to protest outside of it. So I think any chance of hosting a stall there now is long gone, and I find that deeply sad when I think of all the good the group could have done for animals with the money they would have raised at this event. VCO has confirmed that although some hunting takes place in the land surrounding the VCO venue, and there is farming activity some 4 miles away from the venue, no hunting or farming takes place on the venue land itself, which is good to know. But what if there was hunting on the land? What if, in the weeks leading up to the event, hunters had been shooting on the land? What would that mean? And would it make a difference? And why? Most land in the UK has some connection to farming or hunting. This is especially the case when it comes to land out in rural areas, where most large outdoor events are held. It's unavoidable. Just as it's unavoidable to go to the cinema or a vegan cafe without funding non-vegan activity.
This is honestly just so ridiculous.
The landowners of both the cinema and the vegan cafe are likely also involved in farming and are at least certainly not going to be vegan. I know it doesn't feel nice to be stood where animals have been killed, but the difference between being where it actually happened and being somewhere where your money goes to profiting people who hunt, farm, or buy meat, dairy, and eggs is more a personal thing and not a moral thing. It doesn't matter if you're on the land where it happens or if you're in a vegan cafe and the money goes to someone who funds it. The outcome is the same. You're funding someone for non-vegan activity. There is no moral superiority in avoiding a vegan festival because you don't like the landowner, but eating at a vegan restaurant or buying vegan products from businesses and land owned by the same people. Confusing personal preferences with moral claims always causes massive issues for this movement. But like I said, VCO confirmed that no hunting or farming takes place on the venue land anyway. But we do have to be aware of these compromises in our non-vegan world. We purchase tasty vegan products, eat at vegan restaurants, visit vegan animal sanctuaries, and go to vegan events knowing that they are all hosted on land that is either involved in something we don't agree with or is owned by...
What's up, Jeremy? Nice to see you. What are you going to make? Let me read it again. Korean green onion pancakes with millet. Sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty good. I could go with some green onion pancakes. That'd be pretty dope.
Someone who is doing things we don't agree with. We have to make peace with knowing they are profiting from our vegan activity as we try to change the world. This compromise is what makes veganism accessible to the masses. And as we forge this new world for animals, that's absolutely something we need to keep doing. The Hunt Sabs and the radical types within tend to hold anarchistic, anti-capitalist views and perceive this event through that lens. Some have claimed that the VCO founders, Jordan and Ellis, are millionaires. And while they definitely make money from the event, they definitely aren't millionaires. And if they are millionaires, then all I'll say is, where's my boat? Making money as a vegan from a vegan business should never be frowned upon. What would you rather they make money from? Working in an office, helping an actual millionaire line his pockets? Someone who almost certainly wouldn't be vegan and wouldn't be doing anything to improve the world for anyone but himself, let alone animals? It's similar to how some vegans criticize vegan lifestyle influencers for not talking about the animals, something I've also done in the past. I mean, I get it, but would you rather they did their lifestyle influencing for non-vegan products and recipes instead? Definitely not. So maybe it's best if we support them and help them normalize the vegan lifestyle. I think we need to focus on the bigger picture and stop finding these fights with each other. It's also worth mentioning that since it began, VCO has helped put over £6 million into the hands of vegan businesses, including around £500,000 that has been raised by animal charities and sanctuaries at the event. Think about all the animals that's helped. And we have vegans trying to tear it down. Despite all the good it does, radical vegan types won't budge. Every year, the Hunt Sabs miss the opportunity to raise vital funds for their work to help animals. And they do it out of some idea of principle, a principle that because for a moment, just a few weeks, they weren't allowed to host a stall there. So they throw it all out and refuse to ever host a stall there. Or the principle that they won't support the event because they believe it's held on hunting or farming land, despite not upholding this principle in many other areas of their lives. I saw a comment from someone arguing against that point. They were saying that it's because this event is a vegan festival and it's completely unnecessary. It's just a big party. That's why they rally against it and hold it to a higher standard. Really, though, because I'm willing to bet that most of the people saying something like that buy vegan ice cream, vegan burgers, eat at vegan cafes and restaurants, and these are all completely unnecessary. And they're
this is so ridiculous. I even feel bad like giving it oxygen, but I didn't vet this video, but it's just so silly. Like the kinds of things that we're worrying about. I wasn't going to go right into the Ridglan stuff, but maybe we'll do that just to ratchet up the seriousness a little bit, the stakes. Yeah.
All absolutely kicking some profits back to a non-vegan at best or a hunter or farmer at worst. And I'm not saying they shouldn't do that. They absolutely should do that because these products and businesses help make veganism accessible and normalized.
I had talked at Dylan's funeral on the 21st of December.
I'm saying on top of supporting those things, they should also support VCO. Or if that's not your thing, like festivals aren't your thing, fair enough. But at least don't rally against it. At least don't make out that this vegan event is the source of all evil in the world.
Guys, I don't agree with all the vegans. I don't agree with all the animal rights people. And there's an easy solution to all of that. Just move on. Just do your thing. I mean, some of it should be called out, I think. Like, I think David's right to be calling this stuff out. Like I said, he is a pretty good voice of reason. So yeah, his attempt to bring some sense into this whole thing is admirable. But I mean, I'm more addressing, so I'm not addressing David, I'm more addressing the people who are spending their time getting all worked up about a vegan festival. Guys, let's get our priorities straight. It's a festival. It's not the end of the world. I mean, just how ridiculous are we looking right now?
And that Jordan, the founder, is...
And we're talking about some of the Hunt Sabs. That's sad to me because the Hunt Sabs are awesome. Like David said, the Hunt Sabs are like legendary. Freaking legendary. Spend your time sabotaging hunts, not vegan festivals. Okay.
Satan himself. The fastest way to a vegan future is to give people what they want, but vegan. And that's what VCO is trying to do. And then we have the saddest group of all, the vegans who are genuine.
Smash the shit out of that like button. I mean, hit it multiple times. If it doesn't take the first time, hit it again, undo it, like it again. And then YouTube will just see like, whoa, there's a lot of activity on this live stream right now. Felix, I've been... Wait, Dennis, let me scroll up a bit. I think people who go to VCO aren't always the most radical vegans, so understandable some will be more strict on venue than others. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, it's gonna draw a mix of people. I mean, for an activist, I feel like the festivals are a chance to kind of get some of the more food-oriented vegans interested in activism and doing more. So that's where this is a missed opportunity. Felix, I've been an activist for 6.5 years and drama has been constant. Yeah, same. And about the same length of time. I'd say, yeah, right about that timeline for me as well. I've accepted that it's unavoidable, but if I was organizing events for anything other than animals, I would step away. Such a drain. Yeah. Doggo, the true vegans have all been to jail for activism. Everyone else are fake vegans. Yeah. We want to be careful that we're not just like glorifying jail time and stuff. Like, I mean, some people will end up going to jail because they acted stupid. That's not the majority, but you know, I have a deep reverence for the people who have gone to jail for animals. But we don't want to make it like it's a rite of passage or something. Like, yeah, you're not a real activist if you haven't gone to jail. Just not the case. Dennis, radical ones should just stick to a strict VCO and apply their standards to that if they're so butthurt. Yeah, I mean, God, I wish we had pills for butthurtness, you know? Like, oh, your butt hurt? Here, take this pill. Not tested on animals. The butthurt pill. Who's going to develop the butthurt pill? I feel like it would be a big seller. I feel like if you just made a butthurt pill and put whatever you wanted in there, then you could sell it. I mean, you could put anything in there. Put in some spices or something. A spicy butthurt pill. What's up, Mary? I smashed the like button repeatedly. I hope that doesn't cause you problems of some sort. I think it'll be fine, Mary. Good to see you here, by the way. Mary, how come there's been a few times when I've streamed and you weren't there? I expect that when I stream, Mary's there. It's not a stream if Mary's not there.
Genuinely misinformed and have been tricked into removing their support for the event by the first two groups. This is genuinely, to me, the saddest part of all this. Reasonable, kind, well-meaning people have been twisted by everything I just covered. Some, they're simply so overwhelmed by all the drama, they just don't want to risk it. They don't know the full story, but all the hostility, all the drama and the threats has upset them so much, they just don't want to go anymore. Some of these people attended for many years before this as well. Others have only received one side of the story and have been utterly convinced by it. Remember, we're talking about vegans here, compassionate, empathetic people who woke up from the lies that the meat, the dairy, and the egg industries were selling them. They're used to finding out shocking truths about the things they once supported, so they're open to it here as well. They think they can trust the hunt sabs. They can trust these passionate vegans who seem to be just so sure of what they're saying and the information they're sharing. Why would they lie? And so they believe it, and they start telling other people about it, and they're tricked into hating a vegan event that raises millions for vegan businesses, sanctuaries, and charities. A vegan event that provides a vegan alternative to the big summer festivals that people love so much. And they're tricked into hating progress for veganism and progress for animals. All right, but who cares about some random vegan festival? It's not like it's going to change the world, is it? Well, this isn't just about one vegan business. This is about the future.
I am quite a night owl. That is true. Maybe smashing the like button repeatedly causes that streaming glitch you usually get lately. I don't think so, because I don't think people are doing that. What's up, Steven Summers? Nice to see you. Thanks for being here. Okay.
It's about the world we want to see. If we want a better world for animals, we need to stop holding vegan businesses to such ridiculously high, unrealistic standards, especially while we go about our days supporting all sorts of non-vegan businesses like cinemas, supermarkets, internet companies, estate agents, and everything else. You get the picture. We accept that as vegans, we have to make compromises while living in a non-vegan world. We have to be understanding that vegan businesses also have to make the same compromises. I'll say it again because I really believe it. The fastest way to a vegan future is to give people what they want, but vegan. Vegan Camp Out and other vegan businesses like it do exactly that. We need to accept that compromises have to be made in almost all vegan businesses and even in vegan charities like animal sanctuaries. If we continue to berate, criticize, and even protest vegan businesses because they just aren't vegan enough for our liking, everyone loses. The vegans lose a great product. The meat eaters who might have been interested in trying something new lose out on a chance to see that veganism can be accessible. And most importantly, the animals lose out. If we continue like this, we have no movement, we have no influence, and the animals have no chance. If you're watching this and feeling like the vegan movement has become a war zone, I feel you, but please don't let this drama push you away. This movement is bigger than a few bitter people shouting on Facebook. Support the things that build, not the people who destroy. Speak up for progress and speak up for unity. You'll find me at this year's vegan campout, giving a talk on the education stage, and I'll also be doing a metalcore and deathcore DJ set over in the jungle. I really hope to see you there, supporting vegan business.
I want to be there. I want to be there for David's metalcore DJ session. That would be awesome. Who would like, yeah, again, it's just like the vegan drama is just so absurd and ridiculous. I'll tell you, we recently had this great summit in Washington, D.C. We had the Simple Heart, we had Coalition to Abolish the Fur Trade, and Animal Activism Collective. All right. Yes. So the Simple Heart initiated this one, and we wanted coalition partners and some of the people doing the greatest work that I was seeing on the East Coast were CAFT and AAC, and they were our partners, and they were great partners. And there were people telling us, don't work with CAFT, don't work with this group, don't work with that group. We ignored all that. We addressed it, but we just said we're gonna work together. Ended up having this great event. There was no drama, zero drama. I could not believe it, honestly. Everybody working together, people who had different philosophies of change, people who had varying levels of past drama in the movement, varying levels of just, I don't want to go into it, but we just had a lot. And we all came together and worked well together. And it was such a great moment, such a great moment. We even did like a cube, and like we did a cube with Victoria. That's where we did our cube. Victorious Vegan was there. It was just a great coming together. And had we succumbed to the people telling us, don't do this or don't do that because I don't like this group because of that, or I don't like this person because of this, it wouldn't have happened. And I'm really glad that we overcame that. And I am always going to stand on the side of us coming together as a movement rather than canceling people and doing all that kind of stuff. And I'm glad that David Rams is also being a voice of reason for that. And that's one of the things, one of the many things that I appreciate about David Rams. So thank you, David Rams. I linked to that video. Okay, let me catch up. Sorry, I had to go on a little rant there. We need to glitch YouTube to make all live viewers come here. Let's do it. Let's do it, Dennis. Let's see. Okay. I think what these types are about isn't logical consistency. It's about a Pope College of Cardinals model where we're supposed to memorize the, I don't know what you mean. Let's get the vegan hacktivists to take over the YouTube algorithm and direct everyone to vegan streams. Yeah, y'all know about the vegan hacktivists? Want to know which trade-offs keep you in good standing with the vegan church and which don't? Ask the Cardinals. Ask the Cardinals. No vegan has the power to cancel you, Jeremy. Well, some are trying. Luckily, I'm not the main vegan in the crosshairs, but yeah. Yes, there is drama everywhere, Mary. There is. It's a great feeling when everyone pulls in the same direction. Exactly. And what I'm saying is, like, these are groups, you know, CAFT, AAC, those two groups get along quite well. But there have been times in the past when CAFT and like the Simple Heart and that crew have sort of been at odds. And everybody just was incredible at setting that aside. And it was really a great moment. Really great. Yeah, and I don't want to name individuals, but there are people that I really would like to thank. But I'm not going to because I don't want to add the drama. But you know who you are. You know the people. You know who you were in these big moments. I guess the one name that I will name, just because y'all know how closely associated I am with Wayne, but real huge kudos to Wayne. because one of the things that Wayne was really good at in this coming together moment was being inclusive to people, pulling people into the conversation, and taking part in demonstrations that aren't necessarily the things that he would normally be spending his time on. It was really great. Okay. So I'm not going to bring us down just yet. There's a video here. Let's do this one. Vegan good news. Let's get some good news. Before we go into the Ridglan stuff, let's do this. Okay. All right. This is Mike the Vegan. Y'all know Mike. Mike the Vegan. I'm just going to leave up Jeffrey's comment, actually, because I want y'all to be smashing the shit out of that like button. If y'all aren't sub to Jeffrey Phillips, go do so also. I was on Jeffrey's channel last night. We were watching a video by Mike Passio. And then we had a great discussion afterwards. It was pretty cool. Yeah, we had a nice long discussion. Jeffrey and I got into a little bit of a debate about the two-party system. And yeah, like actually that's another example right there. Someone like Jeffrey and me can have a disagreement and talk about it, and we're still buds, you know? Like we weren't at each other's throats. We were politely disagreeing, arguing each other's points. And yeah, I'm still going to go on Jeffrey's channel, and Jeffrey's always welcome on my channel. You know what I mean? Like people are just such, I hate to co-opt a term, like, but they're such snowflakes. Like they are. Okay.
Vegan good news, just a spread across the board of random stuff that's good, because really we've had quite a bit of not so great news as vegans over the last year or so. I mean, we're talking about restaurant closures, which can be a little bit depressing, but we have good news on that front. It was also the flop.
You know what's funny? Like this thing about vegan restaurants closing, like, okay, a vegan restaurant closes. Well, how many meat restaurants close in that same period of time? Obviously many, you know, it's just not news when a different restaurant that isn't vegan closed down. Yes, some vegan restaurants are going to close down. Sometimes businesses don't work out. Sometimes the headwinds are just too much. Yeah, businesses are struggling, you know, all the time. Vegan businesses have an uphill climb. We live in a non-vegan world. So a couple of vegan restaurants closed down. It doesn't mean the vegan movement is ending. Like every time there's something, I got to get off rant mode. I gotta chill. Y'all come here for the chill, not the rants, I think. But anyway, yeah, it's not the end of the world when a vegan restaurant closes down, but the media will like run a story like, oh, the vegan movement has ended. Beyond Meat's stock price is low. That must mean no one cares. And anyway.
Of some larger vegan meat companies, but we have good news on that front as well. And I will say, looking around for stories, I quickly realized I could not fit all the good news in this video, so left out a bunch of stories. You're welcome to always share them below, but let's just go. And well, I did do that.
Jeffrey made you feel bad that you're a boomer? Oh, Mary, it's okay. He was kidding.
4 years ago, I think I was subconsciously inspired by Marielle of Totally Forkable, who does a bunch of good vegan news segments. So shout out to her, much more newscastery than I am. Very funny and well done.
And so let's start with some shorter stories. First of all, Unity Diner, that very popular vegan restaurant in London that had closed recently. It's associated with Earthling Ed, is coming back from the dead and rising like a vegan zombie. Apparently, between renegotiating rents with their landlord as well as getting some extra investment, they're going to be right back up and going, which is great because everybody loved them. In vegan bad news, I just spilt a bunch of water next to me. Oh, no. And then another piece of
It's over. It's over, guys. It's over.
That's the restaurant news, which is good that I didn't see anybody write about, but I heard personally was that Chloe, the restaurant in New York City by Chloe Coscarelli, the one who won that cupcake competition with vegan cupcakes years back and then had legal fights over her own brand by Chloe. apparently is doing really well and getting a lot of business. So that was awesome to hear. Next, you might have heard that we can't all go vegan and eat more plant-based foods because we would lose so many jobs in the whole animal agriculture sector, etc. Well, Faunalytics commissioned a third-party report to investigate this, and they found that no, actually, job numbers would go up when shifting away from animal agriculture to plant-based agriculture. So at the core, they're really claiming that plant-based agriculture for humans specifically requires more workers than animal-based agriculture. So that's what they say. They looked into two scenarios and they claim that both would create more jobs. Anyway, moving on to a recent study asking.
Sorry, I was still thinking about Unity Diner, and that's in the UK. Dennis, you live in the UK. Go eat at Unity Diner. Go throw some love to Earthling Ed and Unity Diner. Then why do I feel so bad? Mary, don't worry. Don't worry. I'm old. Okay. Do y'all know how old I am? How old do you think I am? I've said it many times. Where I live, there are literally no vegan businesses or restaurants. Oh, that's sad. That is sad. But plenty of options, I'm sure, where you go. Robots are going to take all the jobs. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what we'll be doing soon.
What do people eat to age healthier? And you guessed it, plants. This was a study on 105,000 people using 30 years worth of data. It was by Harvard scientists as well as others. And they looked at a few
I don't know. It doesn't sound credible to me, Mike. Just that's Harvard. No,
it is, in fact, data.
Let's hear that again.
This was a study on 105,000 people using 30.
Only 105,000 people.
30 years, and you guessed it, plants. This was a study on 105,000 people using 30 years worth of.
30 years. I think 40 years might have made it a little more credible there, Mike.
Data. It was by Harvard scientists as well.
Harvard scientists, whatever.
Well as others. And they looked at a few indexes, in fact, a bunch of indices, and they looked at healthy aging as having good mental and physical health, as well as not having chronic diseases at the age of 70. And they found that people eating higher.
Okay, sure. Okay, yeah, sure, Mike. But I've seen studies where they looked at 6 people and over like a 3-week period of time, and they showed that the carnivore diet's the best. So what say you, Mike?
On a plant-based diet index were 45% more likely to achieve that healthy aging. And they also had another index, which in my opinion is another roundabout plant-based eating index called the Alternative Healthy Index, which was developed to prevent chronic disease.
Yeah, a couple guesses, 45 and 12. Wow, that's quite a span. It's between those.
And emphasized fruits, vegetables, whole grains, nuts, legumes, and healthy fats while limiting red meat, refined grains, and sugar.
Oh, I should have clarified. Sorry, Stephen. I didn't mean maturity level. I mean like how old actually am I?
That participants with the highest quintile of this AHEI score were 86% more likely to reach the age of 70 in good health and 2.2 times higher chance of aging healthfully to 75 than those with the lowest score. I was kind of looking and I was like, why did this score do better than the healthy plant-based diet score? And right there, it appears that they, for whatever reason, didn't include sodium as a negative point for the healthy plant-based diet index, which from their chart of foods that were good for aging and bad for aging, sodium was the third worst, followed behind by total meat and trans fat. Anyway, right on to the next one, which it's a little bit dystopian maybe, but also positive in some ways, and that is that bug bots are really coming along. According to the MIT researchers, they now have 100 times the flight endurance that they previously did, and apparently they will be commercially viable within 5 years. That's just a projection, though. They're really a response to reports of declining bee populations. And yeah, again, dystopian, but they can work in situations where bees maybe couldn't, temperatures, conditions, etc., as well as survey in ways that bees can't, like look at soil quality, stuff like that. So you may have heard the claim that without bees, we would survive about 4 years. Well, with these fake bees, we could live without nature entirely. Soon, every insect you look at, you'll have to question whether it's
no more nature.
a tiny robot or not. It's great for paranoid people. Another good piece of news, it appears that they have a good plant-based gelatin alternative. We've been culturing gelatin.
Mary, there's a time limit for this one. Okay.
Proteins Geltor has, but this is totally different, fully plant-based. A recent study really looked at the different qualities of it, how it compares to gelatin, and it performed really well on things like stretchiness, which is hopeful. And it's made from gum tragacanth, which is from sap from leguminous trees, and it's already been used in traditional Indian cuisine for a while, so no question about health safety. And then in terms of meat companies, a few weeks back, the company Moza Meats, which is known for making cultivated beef products, so lab-grown meat, they love to use that term to scare people, crowdfunded 3.5 million euros, surpassing its 1 million euro goal. And we have a couple interesting other points. First of all, that it is aiming to do the cultivated animal fat market first in Europe, which is going to be really interesting, working on regulations there. And then also they have already raised 120 million.
Several US states have banned lab-grown meat before it even takes off. Again, our hardworking lawmakers doing great stuff.
Dollars as a company in recent years. And next we have some good news on the development of a vegan snail mucin. It's already happened and is in Bioma's products. Snail mucin is a huge ingredient in the
Where are you finding this stuff?
So this is massive, and we're getting reviews. This phytomucin glow serum is not just a game changer, but does exactly what it promises. So replacing snail mucin well, which I mean, it's really just gross. I don't even know how many snails it takes to make an ounce of mucin. And as Plant-Based News mentions, it's something that's often marketed as cruelty-free because you're not directly harming the animal in ways that we conventionally call it harming, but it could stress out the snails, etc. And next we have Cory Booker, who has been vegan for 11 years now, since 2014, and he's actually been vegetarian.
Cory Booker.
Since who has been vegan for 11 years now, since 2014, and he's actually been vegetarian since 1992. He's 55 years old, and as a senator, he just gave the longest speech in U.S. recorded history at 25 hours long. I don't care what your politics are. That's just a huge feat of human stamina. And late night show Stephen Colbert joked that he was fueled by chickpeas.
And keep in mind, Cory Booker is a vegan. He did 25 hours fueled by chickpeas.
Stephen Colbert, by the way, I really like him in some ways, but when it comes to veganism, he is like one of the worst virtue signaling putzes that I've ever seen. One, like, he knows better. He definitely knows better. And he ends up like talking like one of the like the most clownish carnivore. Like, it's just, he frustrates me. By the way, Jon Stewart's vegan. Like, he knows better. He, like, when we talk about someone who like professes to care about others, and then through their actions they do the opposite, Stephen Colbert is top of that list.
This is historic.
And Carnivore Channels covered this with the title.
I'd like him to evolve and change. He has a great big platform, and he's a very smart guy.
Well, vegan has to give up speaking due to being weak. Of course, in his speech, he had to say the word vegan because vegans just can't shut up about it. No, he just made a joke to Adam Schiff, another senator, that Adam had doubled the number of vegans in the Senate, which is, of course, Cory and him, just to 2.
You, my friend, who doubled the number of vegans in the Senate.
So yeah, we just talked about veganism for reference.
Adam Schiff and Cory Booker are going to lead us to the future. 2 vegan senators. Wow. So if vegans are 1% of the population, we've doubled that in terms of our representation in the U.S. Senate. How about that? There's 100 senators.
Roughly 25 hours, something I could also easily do. No, I'm joking. He really did not talk about it very much. It was a speech meant to protest the current administration, separate topic. But one of his other senators, Tammy Duckworth, who I didn't know lost both of her legs as a helicopter pilot after being hit by an RPG, that's a side note there, said this.
I don't know what kind of food you eat on that vegan diet of yours.
Yeah.
but I need to figure out more of that vegan diet.
Corey says that he did
Please do, Tammy.
not go to the bathroom the whole time, which I'm like, oh my gosh, holy crap, no, no pun intended. But this does add some perspective to Cosmic Skeptics claim that he had to quit a vegan diet because he had to like go poop too much, which, you know, it was more complicated than that, but I just couldn't help but think of it. Yeah, it's just an incredible, again, feat of endurance and sort of harkens to how a lot of athletes.
Guys, I stream sometimes, you know, like I don't always like, I'm not always sitting in the restroom, and like I'll stream like 8 hours or something like that. I think there was like one day I streamed for like, well, let's put it this. Okay, I did when I did take a couple breaks when I was playing Cyberpunk, but there was a day that I streamed Cyberpunk for 8 hours. You know, I don't. Why isn't Mike doing a video about that? About my incredible feats of human endurance? Take care, Dennis. Nice to see you. Did you see Penn Jillets on Bill Maher Club? Random. Penn leads off with how he went plant-based to save his life, but now he's become a hardcore vegan. I've never heard of that person before. Never heard of them. I'll check it out, though. I'll check it out.
Athletes have decided to go at least on a plant-based diet to try and help with endurance. For example, we had Scott Jurek, an ultramarathoner who ran, was it like 127 miles in 24 hours on a vegan diet? Maybe it's lower inflammation, maybe it's healthier artery function or some other health benefit. Maybe it's Maybelline. Nope, it's not Maybelline. I just found out Maybelline is not vegan. So how did he actually do it? He did it by fasting going into it. So he was already fasting a bit, which is wild, but not drinking any water was pretty crazy in my book. I would have just jerry-rigged some type of pee tube system because I'm going to stay hydrated. I feel like he was dangerously dehydrated. But someone with pee tubes would probably have to pee while speaking, which would have been really interesting. You think people could tell when they were peeing? Trickle-down economics does not work. Trickle-down economics does work. And moving on to the next one, which is a massive blind taste test of animal-based meat products versus plant-based meat products. This is the Taste of the Industry by Nectar, and they had Grist saying, quote, "These vegan meat brands taste almost as good as the real thing. Taste tests prove it." As we'll get into, it does expose where there's room for improvement, but I'm pleasantly surprised. And for the actual report, they say, quote, "Through blind sensory panels with over 2,600 omnivores and flexitarians, this report objectively compares plant-based products to conventional counterparts." You know, they bring out plates of the products and then they essentially ask people the main question, how good does it taste? But then they add other questions on top of that saying,
thank you, Mary. I know, like, why aren't people talking about that 8-hour stream? I need some recognition, you know? Penn and Teller Magicians. Okay. The guy who used to hold a bacon and donut party. Huh. Penn was exactly one of those very morally passionate guys with a huge blind spot like Colbert. We've got him now. Yeah, Colbert is just resistant. He just knows better, and he's showing his true colors, in my opinion. He even has a vegan version of his ice cream, and he was defensive about it. He was defensive and almost like sheepishly embarrassed about it. It was bad.
How is the flavor? How's the texture in particular? What is the likelihood that you would purchase this product? Important information.
And I'm pretty sure, you know, like he has nothing to do with Ben & Jerry's creating a vegan version of his ice cream.
They did this for 5 to 10 products of each of these categories that you can see here. So more specifically to the results, I will say overall.
Stephen Colbert, I know you're watching. You're a big fan of my channel. I know that. I'm calling you out. I am calling you out, Colbert. Come on my channel and we'll debate it. I know you're watching. You're not a busy guy or anything.
The animal products did do better. You know, that's what people are used to. But they say many products are worth celebrating. 20 products were awarded in particular for being rated the same or better than the animal benchmark by at least 50% of the people.
I don't know magicians, Mary. I don't know many of them. I know one, the guy whose video we put out yesterday, Vegan Heretic. He's a magician. Stephen Lee August.
It also highlights room for improvement. We're talking about things like vegan steak not doing quite as well and vegan bacon doing the worst, which I will say, I don't even buy vegan bacon anymore. Like, it's really not that good. However, in the UK, I've had some good ones.
I will say, well, I'm talking about the stuff you get in the store. I've had amazing vegan bacon at vegan restaurants, but they're doing something special, you know, to their, I don't know what they're doing.
Should note that this looked at US and EU products, but found that they were roughly the same in terms of satisfaction. And for particular reviews, apparently they need to work on the plant-based options being more juicy, perhaps more savory, and working on the aftertaste, sometimes being described as weird. But I would say, as somebody who is vegan, if I end up accidentally getting something with animal products in it, I'm like, what the heck is this weird aftertaste? Thankfully, that hasn't happened in a very long time. And it is a case that the products that scored better in terms.
Yeah, well, I think I've told the story that it's like a couple years into being vegan, they put dairy milk in a matcha that I was trying to drink, and I could tell instantly because it was rancid and gross and nasty, and I knew it was milk.
In terms of taste, also had a higher market share. They were selling more, which I can't help but think, yeah, they're the more processed ones, or the higher salt ones, the higher fat content ones that are more similar on paper and on the nutrition label to these meat-based products. So they're not necessarily the ones that I would go for, but I absolutely understand the utility. And then I can't help but think about perception. I don't know if these people were told ever, even at the end, that some of these products were vegan, but there's them saying that they might buy it. And then there's them actually deciding to buy it knowing that it...
Yes, he is, Stephen. He is. Penn and Teller aren't just magicians. They've been major figures in the skeptic, anti-pseudoscience movement with their show Bullshit. Okay. I missed all this.
It is a vegan product and it's not made from an animal. So I would love to see if they did a before and after disclosure of the product. Have them taste it, ask them what they think, and then say, hey, that was the vegan one. What do you think now? Because we saw that sausage master eating that Greg sausage saying that the real one was the fake one and the fake one was the real one, being literally wrong. And then the moment he was told that, he said that the one he thought was better tasted like cardboard, the vegan one, like totally psychological. But that's why it's good that it was a blind taste test. Anyway, moving on to the environmental category with this study, which found that replacing essentially animal agriculture with plant-based agriculture in the US would sequester a lot of carbon, something I've been saying for a while.
The main finding was that grass-fed beef is even worse than industrial US beef in terms of emissions.
It is. That's not hard to understand. I don't know why people don't get this.
Even with optimistic carbon sequestration figures from studies or carbon capture, say between 3 and 40 times worse than other proteins, those plant ones, of course, being the best. And they went through a couple scenarios in which they just replaced the beef that exists in rangeland.
Y'all understand, like they do factory farming because it's efficient. It's resource efficient, or I should say it's more efficient, you know, than all this like grass-fed nonsense. Obviously, factory farming is horrific and destructive for the environment, but what I'm saying is it's more efficient than what this grass-fed bullshit.
Or these grasslands, or the beef that exists in cropland area with plant-based protein. So that's a couple different scenarios here. And of those rangelands, we're talking about sequestering between 85 and 195 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent. And for those croplands, we're talking about between 260 and 400 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent. And we're also talking about a ton of land cleared up that they say they could rewild, which has all sorts of benefits. And one of the authors comments on the psychological aspect of this sort of by saying, quote, I think there is a large portion of the population who really do wish their purchasing decisions will reflect their values, but they're being misled essentially by the wrong information. And I don't think that's an accident. And I will say, in terms of leading people in certain directions, this study was not funded by Big Bean or anything like that. The authors declare no conflicts of interest. Anyway, so I hope you found all of that good news as satisfying as I did, and share below if there's any other good news that I missed that's even more important.
All right, let me link to that. Go show Mike the Vegan some love. Give him the Jeremy bump. He's going to be wondering, Why were there 7 new likes on his video? 5. Sorry, we just lost a couple. We just lost a couple. That's because they went over to Mike's page instantly, right? And are liking that, and they're going to come right back. They're coming right back. All farming is technically factory farming. Mike probably saw there was a drop of oil on the vegan bacon and he fainted. Yeah, he's pretty anti-oil for sure. Yeah. All right, I was hoping to get to like double-digit viewers before I did the Ridglan videos, but we didn't reach that. Okay, anyway, let's get right to it then. Okay, let me cancel that one. All right. Fox 6 Milwaukee continues to do great work. Brian Paulson, thank you so much. This guy is doing something that I haven't seen in a while. Reporting.
For the past 2 weeks, we've been telling you about a massive Wisconsin puppy mill that sells beagles for scientific experiments. Now, we know who's buying them. Fox 6 investigators have obtained an internal buyers list from Ridglan Farms. What they are doing is perfectly legal, and one of Ridglan's most loyal customers is now speaking out in defense of animal research. Every year, Ridglan Farms sells more than 3,000 beagle puppies for scientific experiments.
In some cases, I need 10-week-old puppies.
And every year, they ship nearly 200 of them to Craig Reinemeyer.
Ridglan does an outstanding job. They send us.
Ridglan does an outstanding job, according to Craig Reinemeyer of East Tennessee Clinical Research.
Animals that are very uniform, very little variation.
He is founder of East Tennessee Clinical Research, a private laboratory on a rural farm west of Knoxville. He's also a loyal Ridglan customer.
The folks at Ridglan are good, solid Midwesterners.
ETCR conducts experiments on
good, solid Midwesterners. Good, solid Midwesterners, he says.
Dogs for big-name pharmaceutical companies, but Reinemeyer says they work hard to minimize pain.
The average dog going into the vet clinic for a neuter, a spay, or a castration undergoes a hell of a lot more pain, trauma, distress than any of our research animals ever do.
I think it's
that's a pretty extraordinary amount of bullshit to pack into one statement. Let's hear it again.
odd that he would
minimize pain.
The average dog going into the vet clinic for a neuter, a spay, or a castration undergoes a hell of a lot more pain, trauma, distress than any of our research animals ever.
Okay. Y'all heard that, right? So yeah, when you take a dog to be spayed or neutered, according to this guy, they go through a lot more pain than being researched, being experimented on, having themselves cut open, put to death, chemicals into their eyes, whatever they're doing to the animals. That is just way more pleasant for the animal than your standard vet visit.
I think it's odd that he would want to announce to the world just how low his standards are.
Rebecca Robinson is president of Dane for Dogs, the group that exposed painful eye surgeries and vocal cord removals performed on Ridglan.
Devocalization surgery to mutilate dogs' vocal cords without anesthetics or veterinary supervision. The cherry eye surgeries where they just cut. Let me go back. I'm sorry to be grim.
The group that exposed.
Cut those off without any kind of pain relief. What a whistleblower described as a bloodbath. To him, to this guy, it's worse to take your dog to the vet.
Painful eye surgeries and vocal cord removals performed on Ridglan puppies by non-veterinarians without anesthesia.
If he's pleased that that's how the dogs are being treated at Ridglan Farms, then I think we have concerns about how the dogs are being treated at his facility too.
There have been no allegations of animal mistreatment at ETCR, and Reinemeyer bristles at critics who call animal research torture.
And that I am willing to stick red hot needles in puppies' eyeballs if somebody will pay me enough money. And that ain't the case.
His is.
Oh, yeah, but that's just because they haven't asked you to study, you know, that. Right? So.
Just one among dozens.
If somebody will pay me enough money. And that ain't the case.
His is just one among dozens of companies on a list of Ridglan Farms customers obtained by the Fox 6 investigators. In 2019 and 2020, Ridglan's top customer was NASCO.
Let's take a look at this list right here. So this is the top 10, right? This is only a small segment of the list, because there's obviously 11, 12, 13. I wish they had just shown us the whole list. We'll get that list. But let's take a look right now at what we're looking at here. So there's Wisconsin. Number 2, Athens, Georgia. Chicago, Illinois. New Jersey. Fort Dodge, Iowa. Kalamazoo, Michigan. Madison, Wisconsin, once again. Rockwood, Tennessee. That's who we're talking about right now. Rockwood, Tennessee. Toronto. Okay, that's the top 10. So in these 2 years, 2019 and 2020, NASCO bought more than 1,700 beagles from Ridglan Farms. Yeah. This one in Athens, Georgia, nearly 1,000.
A biological supply company for teachers based in Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Number 2, Teal Supply 19 and 20 Ridglan Farms customers obtained by the Fox 6 investigators. In 2019 and 2020, Ridglan's top customer was NASCO, a biological supply company for teachers based in Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Number 2, TRS Labs, a research and development company in Athens, Georgia. And number 3, the Illinois Institute of Technology in Chicago, which relies on federal taxpayer funding for experiments like forcing beagle puppies to inhale toxic levels of experimental drugs. We reached out to all of the top 10 buyers, but ETCR was the only one to respond.
Because he's a really intelligent guy, you can tell, right?
Because people just don't know what we do.
Reinemeyer says he wants to change public perception of dog experimentation.
They think we're just the wild, wild west. We're out here doing whatever we want to do. And they don't realize how heavily regulated this industry is.
In addition to routine inspections,
we're going to take a look at how heavily regulated they are in just a moment.
By the USDA, every animal research laboratory is required to establish an institutional animal care and use committee.
Yeah, I think I need to invite Jeremy back onto my program. He is an expert. He knows all about this stuff. The IACUC, he knows it. Yeah, in fact, I should have told him I was going to like review some of this stuff. It would have been cool to have him on live and just explain all this stuff to you guys. But, you know, while we're at it, I've done this before, but I'm going to link y'all the interview he did with Wayne. Okay. He's done several, but this one, if you guys want to learn about all of Jeremy's incredible research on animal testing and dogs, there's that video. Went to a sled dog kennel where all the dogs were debarked. It was eerie. Sled dog kennels are normally really loud. I walked in as a stranger, and the few dogs that barked, it was all raspy and quiet. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Stephen, he needs to talk to Crystal Heath. She'd tell him otherwise. Indeed. Doggo, change public perception of animal experimentation on dogs. That's so funny. It reminds me of this news story interviewing a rooster fighter in Hawaii who said basically the same thing. Yeah.
The so-called IACUC is designed to ensure animals are treated humanely, but critics say the committees are commonly staffed by insiders.
IACUCs are the definition of the fox guarding the henhouse.
At ETCR, the principal researcher is Craig Reinemeyer, while the chair of the IACUC is the company's president, Bree Reinemeyer. His daughter, chair of the At ETCR, the principal researcher is Craig Reinemeyer.
That smart guy.
While the chair of the IACUC is the company's president, Bree Reinemeyer. His daughter.
His daughter.
This is not a rubber stamp committee. They ask us a lot of tough questions.
Oh yeah.
Farms.
Oh
Of
yeah.
the 5 committees.
Yeah, like did you send me some money, Dad, or like what?
Members
what tough questions
for the company.
They are writing their own regulations. They are enforcing their own regulations.
An attorney for Ridglan Farms says their IACUC includes at least 1 veterinarian, 1 practicing scientist, 1 non-scientist, and 1 member of the public, enough to satisfy federal requirements.
Which is probably true. Like, I mean, that is what the requirements call for. Like, they're acting like this is some, like, you know, thing that they did. It's just what was required. And again, you can see like the kinds of people that they have on these committees.
He says Dane for Dog's assertion that there is something improper is entirely unfounded.
Are they just
well, actually, it's really the reporter asking you questions on Dane for Dogs.
Assertion that there is something improper is entirely unfounded.
And actually, it's a special prosecutor looking at you.
Are they just rubber stamps for entities? I do absolutely think that it is a conflict of interest.
Amy Van Artsen is co-founder of the Marty Project, which advocates for alternatives to animal research.
And I would argue if they're not actively, doing things to be part of the solution, they are part of the problem.
For years, the Food and Drug Administration required drugs to be tested in animals before human trials could begin. But in 2022, Congress passed a new law allowing for non-animal alternatives.
I think the notion of
huge, very overlooked thing that happened,
of
what
and human trials.
This is the FDA Modernization Act, and there's actually been a new one that's been proposed that would speed up this transition.
But in 2022,
3.0,
Congress passed a new law allowing for non-animal alternatives.
I think the notion of being able to do everything that I do in a petri dish, quite frankly, is bullshit. Okay.
Wow. I think that the novel term methods are so much more than doing things in petri dishes.
Despite the new law, FDA has yet to establish new rules.
I actually see the FDA as being the root of the problem.
And that means animal tests will continue for the foreseeable future, and Reinemeyer plans to keep buying dogs from Ridglan Farms.
We understand each other. And I know they're in a tough business. They know I'm in a tough business. I don't like to see them going through this kind of pain.
Last month, Dr. Ryan.
Oh, he doesn't like to see the business going through this kind of pain. What about the dogs that you experiment on?
Reinemeyer submitted a 2-page letter to the Wisconsin Veterinary Examining Board in defense of Dr. Richard Van Dommelen, who is facing a motion to suspend his license. We asked Reinemeyer for a copy of that letter, but he sent us only the first page. Through an open records request, we now know what was on page 2. In it, Dr. Reinemeyer defends the so-called cherry eye surgeries performed by Ridglan employees without local anesthetic. He says he does not believe those constitute animal cruelty. The special prosecutor is still investigating to determine if criminal charges are warranted. Brian.
Thank you, Brian Paulson. He's reporting. Let me link to this. And guys, I know I say, please show some love to these other videos. In this case, I really, really want you to. Like, please go follow that link, like the story, encourage Fox to keep covering this. Fox 6, Milwaukee, Carnus dementia, so messed up. Holy shit, did he actually use? Ridglan's the victim. Yeah, they are. in the traditional sense is antiquated, outdated. So yeah, you guys go give this video some love right now. I'll wait. Meanwhile, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at their website here. East Tennessee Clinical Research Incorporated. Providing clinical development services and peace of mind. Ooh, peace of mind. Whoa. Peace of mind. ETCR is a privately owned business that was founded in 1997 by Craig Reinemeyer. After 13 years of experience in conducting clinical trials at the University of Tennessee College of Veterinary Medicine, look at these photos, by the way. Beagles sitting in a grassy field. Facilities. ETCR's facilities are located in a remote rural setting amid the natural beauty of the eastern Cumberland Plateau. ETCR has extensive large animal housing facilities with portable stall components and feeding, watering equipment, which can be configured in almost infinite variety. Their mission statement: East Tennessee Clinical Research is committed to expediting the clinical development programs of veterinary biopharmaceutical sponsors through innovative expertise, technical competence, timely communication, and superior standards of animal care and compliance. Oh, kind of sounds like IACUC, doesn't it? Yeah. Core values. Animal welfare is not just our duty, it's our privilege. Oh. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that. Okay. So that's their mission. Services. Oh, look at the rainbows. Wow. Oh, it's so beautiful, right, guys? Our small animal facility. Specifics of space, feed, and bedding can be modified to fit nearly any protocol. In 2008, ETCR completed construction of a 5,000 square foot small animal facility with simultaneous capacity for 96 dogs and 60 cats. 60 cats housed in groups, pairs, or individually. Consistent with the Animal Welfare Act, it's fine, guys, it's fine. Small animal studies are reviewed by ETCR's IACUC prior to implementation. ETCR works closely with local shelters to find forever homes for adoptable dogs and cats after they had completed studies. Okay, then. Here's their large animal facility. Stable with 20 permanent stalls. Video camera monitoring system. Okay. Covered arena that can accommodate 40 individual stalls. You know, they had to put that one in there, didn't they? Video camera monitoring system. Yeah, okay. 3 quick cover buildings having respective capacities for 16, and 22 horse stalls, or variable numbers of pens for cattle or small ruminants. Separate working facilities for horses and cattle. Certified livestock scales, environmental monitoring equipment, designated area. Wow, this place is just amazing, isn't it? Services. Let's take a look at their services. Tissue residue, target animal safety, dose determination. Yep. Palatability studies in domestic mammals. Okay. Available models include artificial infection with a variety of nematodes, protozoan and arthropod parasites. There it is, ETCR. All right. Okay, let's see. What else we got? What else we got here? We got more from Fox 6. Let me catch up with the comments here. Natalie Fulton, what's up? Good to see you, Natalie. Everybody go sub to Natalie Fulton. Hey, Natalie, I had Stephen Lee August on my channel just the other day. Put that interview out yesterday, and you're the reason for that, because I learned about Stephen Lee August from you, and I think that's the first thing we mentioned in our interview. And he was saying, you know, he's a juggler, and he was saying, yeah, he was like gonna make a YouTube channel, and he was gonna use the name Vegan Juggler or something, but you already had that taken. And he was like, oh damn. And then he was like, but I was watching her videos, and I was like, oh, this Natalie's great. So he had a lot of praise for you. Anyway, Natalie Fulton, if you guys aren't subscribed to her channel, please do. Okay, so here we've got, okay, I'm just going to, oh, sorry, you asked a question. Sorry, what'd you ask? Oh, thank you, Mary. Where is that? It's in Tennessee. They said the name. Let me go back. Sorry, let me go back. East Tennessee Clinical Research. They had it in the last story. Let's show this again. Contact. Where is it? They said it was west of Knoxville. It's in the story. We could scroll back to the story to, well, let's see. Hang on. Let me share this one.
Brian Polson. Hangout is designed to ensure animals are treated humanely. Puppies to inhale toxic levels of experimental drugs. We reached out to all.
Rockwood, Tennessee. This one right here, Rockwood, Tennessee, East Tennessee Clinical Research. This is just the top 10 on the buyers list. So surely there's a lot more, obviously, than the top 10. Right now, what we see is only the top 10. But here is the list of Ridglan's top 10 buyers from 2019 to 2020. And as you can see, we've got this one here in Wisconsin. We got Athens, Georgia, Chicago, all over the United States, it looks like. Toronto, Canada, Germany. Yeah. 30 minutes from your hometown. Nice. Natalie Fulton is who finally pushed me to go vegan. Nice, doggo. Tell that story, doggo. I didn't know that story. I want to know that story. Even though I've interviewed you twice, I haven't asked you about that. If you all don't know, I've interviewed Doggo twice on this channel about sled dog racing. We just didn't talk about veganism, did we? We weren't even focused on veganism. We were just talking about the sled dog racing industry. It's wild.
First, we told you about a Wisconsin farm selling 3,000 beagles a year for science.
They're born to die.
Now, we know who's buying them.
They send us animals that are very uniform, very little variation.
This week on Open Record, we detail painful experiments.
This is torture and it should be prohibited.
And questionable oversight.
The fox guarding the hen house.
As a loyal customer comes to the defense of Ridglan Farms.
I know they're in a tough business. They know I'm in a tough business.
Yeah, it must be tough torturing dogs all day. Tough job, huh?
From the Fox 6 Studios, this is Open Record. I'm Brian Polson, joined here by Open Record's executive producer, Sarah Smith. Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
And once again, we are joined by Contact 6's Jenna Sachs. Jenna, thanks for coming in again.
No problem.
We are recording this episode on, what is it? It's Thursday, April 3rd, right? Yeah, Thursday, April 3rd for release the very same day. And also today, we're going to be publishing a news story about Ridglan Farms exclusively on Fox Local, our digital platform on both mobile and smart TVs. A Ridglan whistleblower has given us new insight into what happens to the dogs that are born and raised at Ridglan Farms.
Since this one's a bit longer, I just went ahead and put the link to it so y'all can see. That's the link to the video we're watching right now from Fox 6 Milwaukee.
breeder west of Madison. We're going to talk about some of the publicly funded experiments that we have uncovered, and we'll reveal Ridglan Farms' 10 biggest customers, who's buying dogs from them and what they're doing with all those beagles after this.
Okay, we are back on Open Record. Since we first talked about this commercial dog breeding operation 2 weeks ago, a lot has come to light. And we're going to start by talking some of the research records that you've reported on.
Yeah, so we were here 2 weeks ago in this very room talking about Ridglan Farms, this dog breeding operation where they breed beagle puppies, purebred puppies for scientific experiments. And a lot of controversy around that. There are groups that want to see them shut down, in particular because of some of the things they found going on inside. There was testimony last fall from former employees who said that there were these painful cherry eye surgeries where they do routine surgeries on these beagles' eyes without any kind of local anesthesia, other than maybe they are now saying a topical anesthesia of some kind. And these were non-veterinarians performing them. So that was the original story, concern about the possibility of animal cruelty going on, not to mention these dogs being kept 24 hours a day in cages with very little human contact. After that, we heard from a group that we had interviewed in the first story called the White Coat Waste Project. I always find it hard to get that out without tripping over my words. But White Coat, referring to lab coats, and waste, government waste. They are a nonprofit against animal testing, but particularly against government-funded animal testing. So White Coat Waste, they've got some resources, and they've used that to file a lot of FOIA requests, Freedom of Information Act. So they are obtaining public records on publicly funded experiments, many of them at universities.
Just real quick, you can do FOIA requests. It doesn't cost money.
Universities, and finding out what are they doing with all of these dogs. And they look at other animals as well, but they've really been focusing.
And anybody can do a FOIA request. Anyone, you watching this, can do FOIA requests.
A lot on beagles because Dr. Anthony Fauci, who's become very high profile since COVID-19, was in charge of and National Institutes of Health at the time, in charge of that, distributing that public funding, and they were one of the targets of White Coat Waste. Well, among the things they found was an experiment at Kansas State University back in 2021.
So now we have evidence that talking shit about vegetarians is a positive. Doggo says Natalie was talking shit on vegetarians and it turned him vegan. That's awesome. And I was led to believe it's bad to talk shit about vegetarians, right? Some people are telling me that that's the wrong approach. Apparently it works. Apparently it works. White Coat Waste Project are a pretty base group. I agree. Yeah, shit talking does work, Natalie. Can cost you occasionally for certain FOIAs. Oh, is that right, Steven? I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, I don't have a lot of experience in that. Yeah, I mean, the success of your FOIA, that's another story. You can start the process of one, whether it's going to be successful or not. You're going to get the information that you're looking for. It's kind of tricky. Yeah.
They were taking beagle puppies and subjecting them to live ticks that had diseases. In one case, Rocky Mountain spotted fever. It's a deadly disease for both dogs and for humans. And they were testing how they would react to different possible vaccines, different dosages of vaccines, or no vaccines at all. And White Coat Waste exposed this, put this out there publicly, and a couple of years later, that research was moved to the University of Missouri. Happens to be my alma mater. University of Missouri does a lot of agricultural experimentation. The researcher in charge of it moved from KSU to Mizzou. We don't know if it was to get away from the publicity or if it was just a new job opportunity. What we know is they took the dogs there and started doing more tick experiments at Mizzou. It was after our first story a couple of weeks ago that White Coat Waste came and said, we've got new documents that show where the dogs came from. We now know that these experiments that are highly controversial, very painful to the animals, led to a lot of pain and suffering and ultimately death of these animals, that these were dogs that came from Ridglan. So they've connected the dots. They were born and raised at Ridglan. They're sold to either Kansas State or Mizzou. They go through these painful experiments and they ultimately are put down. At least many of them are put down. So it was really the first time we've seen that sort of connection from end to end.
So then how many dogs did they use for this experiment in particular? Like, what did that experiment look like?
Totally worked on me, dead ass. Natalie's being smart and Sirius being the one saying it, I think added to that effect. Yeah. Natalie does her homework. By the way, Natalie, I don't know if you saw, like, when David Rams did his Rammies, his Rammy Awards, he called you out just for the really high quality of your videos lately. And I agree. Like, your videos have been amazing. Like, you've been doing great videos. Can cost you occasionally for certain FOIAs, yeah. Say your request contains a lot of pages of reference, it could cost you. Yeah, when someone was trying to teach me how to do a proper FOIA, which I actually talked to a reporter that I know, very prominent reporter near where I live, was explaining to me how to do a proper FOIA records request, universities, that sort of thing. They told me that, you know, you really need to be specific. Jeremy Beckham, also another great resource for that sort of thing as well. I was vegetarian for 15 years. I wish I had a vegan confront me during that time when I thought I was doing enough. Yeah, I wish I had someone confront me about all this stuff day one, you know? Just finished one on Joe Rogan and fascism I think y'all will like. Please let us know, Natalie, and I will, well, I'll see it come out, but we'll react to that on this channel. That'll be good. Only issue I have with ragging on vegetarians is people denying that morality is a continuum. The relationship between vegetarian and vegan is the same as between non-activists and activists, and between less effective activists and more effective activists.
Look like.
Well, and it's interesting because there are so many different grants that keep coming out year after year that apply to the same research, and it's hard to track exactly, but they have, as part of this project, they've said that ultimately they plan to use about 400 dogs. The one we looked at, the records we looked at, were specifically one phase of this where they used 40 dogs, and I believe, I think I had said earlier that all 40 were from Ridglan. I believe 37 of them were from Ridglan. I'm not sure where the other 3 came from, but the vast majority were Ridglan beagles. And most of those beagles, more than half, had to be put down at the end because they had suffered disease and symptoms to the degree that researchers felt, the veterinarians who were a part of that research felt that the only humane thing to do at that point was to euthanize them. Oftentimes that happens by design. They'll euthanize animals in a study because they want to measure the levels of toxicity in their various organs.
Sure.
In this case, that wasn't actually necessarily the plan. They had to assess, are these dogs healthy enough to adopt out at the end, which they did for, I think, about 18 of them. But 22 of the 40 dogs that were involved in the study had to be put down. And obviously groups like White Coat Waste say that is proof of what they call animal torture or mistreatment.
Do we know anything about the level of pain the dogs experience? Do they measure that in the labs?
They do. And in fact, the USDA, which oversees this under the Animal Welfare Act, the USDA, U.S. Department of Agriculture, they follow this. And one of the things they require laboratory researchers who do animal research to do is they require them to classify when an animal is going to go through an experiment. They have A, B, C, D, and E, or 5 classifications of pain, essentially. The first, A, is we've got him in-house, but we're not actually doing any experimentation.
This guy is like, this is great report. Like, he has done his homework. He's able to speak about this very fluently.
Not him this year. B would be, we're doing experiments, but they involve no pain or suffering or distress at all. C, we're starting to see maybe some pain or distress involved.
That one, yeah, that's the one I linked to, by the way. That one Jeremy Beckham interview on Wayne's channel where they talk about why they use beagles is so good. Yes. That's, if you scroll up, one of those links is that interview.
Class D is kind of one of the higher pain categories, but they're still giving the dogs pain relief, anesthetic, things like that, analgesics, things to lessen their suffering. Category E, which is the most severe, is rarely used, but when it is, it involves not only the highest level, what some call max pain experiments, they also intentionally are withholding any sort of pain relief or analgesics. And the reason for that is if you think of how clinical trials work for humans, you have to have a control, right? You have to compare what you're testing to something that doesn't get what you're testing. So you're testing a vaccine. We need some dogs that get the vaccine and the disease, and then some dogs that get the disease only. Well,
to do that means you have to subject those dogs to the full complement of whatever symptoms come with that disease. And in some cases that makes them very sick or leads to death.
Well, and in this one, the ticks were actually strapped to the dogs.
Yeah, these are, I mean, it's one of the, it's hard. I'm not a researcher. I'm not a scientist. I'm sure they do a lot of things that we would probably go, oh, that's kind of creepy. But when you see live ticks that are put into a containment chamber, they then take an industrial adhesive, they shave the dogs, they strap and glue that to the dogs so where the ticks can access the skin. And dogs, naturally, what are they going to do? They're going to feel that. So they're going to try to. So what they do, if the dogs are trying too hard to get rid of the chamber, then they put what we know as the cone of shame, an Elizabethan collar on their necks to make sure that they can't keep the ticks from feeding on them. And ultimately, that's how they are, they get the disease. So the disease gets in. These are diseased ticks that feed on the dogs, give the dogs the disease, and then they measure symptoms over time. First, ones that get this treatment versus that treatment versus no treatment at all. 6 of the Ridglan dogs were placed in that category E. I think nationwide in 2023, there were something like 450 dogs total that were in a category E experiment. So as White Coat Waste puts it, they're saying they kind of connect the dots and say that means Ridglan Farms is selling dogs for some of the most painful experiments in America. That's what they said. That's what their vice president said in our story.
And obviously, I assume the counter argument is that humans benefit from this research with our medications and our vaccines. You mentioned federal funding earlier a bit.
Right.
Could you tell us more about that?
Yeah. So the National Institutes of Health does they fund a lot of research, both private research and public research. And they this is often for things that are meant to lead to it could be treatments for animals. It could be that they are paying for funding for a medication to help, with tick diseases in dogs, for instance. Or it could be oftentimes pharmaceutical companies want to. Universities are more doing basic research. We're learning how things work and not necessarily working for a pharmaceutical company. Private labs will work for pharmaceutical companies.
Let's look at the list again real quick. Yeah, you'll notice we don't have any universities on this list, but believe me, universities are on the list. They're just down here, down below, not on this published top 10 list.
And they're doing research where they're testing a drug that they think works, but we want to find out first how animals handle this. Maybe they start in mice. And from mice, they go to something larger that mimics more of the human body and the human set of organs. They often go to dogs or cats. And then after they've proven that this is safe and effective in dogs, then the FDA will say, now you're ready for human clinical trials. And ultimately that can lead to some sort of a therapy or drug that we end up taking. So this is part of the process. And for a long time it has been. And we'll talk a little bit later on about why there are some who say this is outdated, that it doesn't actually.
All right. Good to see you, Natalie. Enjoy your dinner, and thanks for stopping in. It's really an honor when you're here. And everybody, please go subscribe to Natalie Fulton if you're not already for some great content. Can't wait for that Joe Rogan video. That's going to be great.
Work very well, that most of the time these animal tests don't apply very well to humans. There's some controversy over that. But they will say there are alternatives, and we'll talk about some of those alternatives later in the podcast.
Can we talk a little bit about that toxicity study of the COVID-19 drug and kind of what that led to?
That's right. We talked about the ticks at Mizzou, but there was another study that White Coat Waste obtained records for that also involved Ridglan dogs, and this was in Chicago at the Illinois Institute of Technology. Speaking of a public institution that does a lot of publicly funded experiments, they do tens of millions of dollars of experiments that are funded by the federal government, IIT. And in one case, they took 38.
My computer started to fall off the table and it startled me.
Believe it was Ridglan dogs through 2 different phases of an experiment where they were testing. This was back in 2020. And you remember what was happening then. We're all going through the COVID-19 pandemic, and there was a race to come up with some sort of a treatment or vaccine for that. So at that time, IIT was studying one possible experimental drug to treat COVID-19. And before they could test that in humans, they tested in dogs. And in that study, they essentially put masks on the dogs
and for 60 minutes at a time, up to 60 minutes. I think sometimes it was 30, sometimes it was 60. And they just forced them to breathe in this experimental drug. But they did it at levels that were intended to measure the maximum toxicity, the maximum amount that they could withstand before their bodies, their organs would shut down or react poorly. And then at the end, they euthanized all the animals and harvested all of their organs, and then they measure the levels of toxicity. This is something that is typical also, again, it's very common in the process of getting to clinical trials, is they will test these things in animals to see. You don't want to get into humans and start giving humans a dose that the body can't handle. So they're sacrificing dogs instead of humans. And they would say, and we
just going to put that back on the screen, because especially while he's talking about that.
We talked to one researcher here, Dr. David, to see the process of getting to clinical trials, is they will test these things in animals to see. You don't want to get into humans and start giving humans a dose that the body can't handle. So they're sacrificing.
Why would you want to do that to animals? You wouldn't want to hurt someone for someone else, but you're willing to do that to dogs.
Dogs instead of humans. And they would say, and we talked to one researcher here, Dr. David McCormick at IIT, who essentially put it this bluntly. He said, he was speaking to one of the critics that we've had on this podcast, Rebecca Robinson of Dane for Dogs. He saw the podcast. He was going to do an interview with us, saw the podcast and canceled the interview.
Yeah. I remember that. They put that in we read his stupid ass email from his last story where he turned all snowflake and couldn't come on the podcast because Rebecca hurt his fifis.
He felt that she was part of the reason, and he referred to her saying, what would she prefer? Some dogs die?
Why are you being a little bitch asking Brian what would she prefer? Ask Rebecca yourself. Confront her. These people are just so amazing, aren't they? Animal cruelty must get to an end. Yeah, I just checked it. He made a mistake. The USDA scale runs from A to E, and it's about level of invasiveness, not pain level directly. A means no animal sacrifice, implies willful participation in giving up your life. These animals are murdered. They're not consenting agents. Yes, agreed.
Or her sister or her mother or her daughter or herself from an untested drug. So his point of view was, it's dogs or us, and it's got to be one or the other. I know the groups that are fighting on behalf of the dogs at Ridglan Farms would say that's a false choice, that it doesn't have to be us or them,
one or the other.
But that is certainly what he.
Why don't you offer up yourself then, ITT guy? You're the one who can volunteer for it.
Views and says it's either dogs or us.
So these groups that are fighting for the rights of the dogs, they want to end government funding. That's their main goal.
White Coat Waste's focus is on the government funding. They are doing a lot of testifying in DC and asking the Trump administration, Doge, they're appealing to them to cut $20 billion in funding for animal research across the United States. Here locally, we have groups like Dane for Dogs and the Marty Project that are focused more on where these dogs are being bred and sold from, the people who are essentially manufacturing these animals for this research, and that's Ridglan Farms. So those groups are focused more on the way these animals are being treated at Ridglan Farms, where they're confined in cages with very little human contact, and then are subjected to some of these very painful surgeries, for instance, by non-veterinarians with no pain relief. That's what they've been focused on, and they've been trying to get government agencies here in Wisconsin to do something about it. And of course, we've talked about there are still investigations pending.
So one of the things with the investigations that I always find so fascinating when you do these stories is that you do the story and it's like an onion. And so you do the initial investigation and people are kind of coming out of the woodwork. And that's exactly what happened here.
There's a lot more that's been happening since we
which, by the way, what she's saying, I hope other reporters and other news outlets understand that you also can do this great reporting like Brian's doing, reporting like Kenny Torella did at Vox recently and Marina Bolotnikova did at Vox. You can do that. And then you can do follow-ups and keep reporting and get to the truth of a story. You too can be a reporter. Other reporters, you too can stop cosplaying as reporters and actually be reporters. Yes, you can do that.
Aired our initial story and talked about it here. A whistleblower leaked some internal Ridglan Farms data to the Fox 6 investigators. And one of the things we found in that was how many dogs die before they ever leave the farm. But we also found out who's buying those dogs, something you asked us to answer. And we're going to talk about that right after this.
And welcome back to Open Record. There has been a lot of public response to these stories, and you have a lot of information coming in about it, Brian. You also got some information from a Ridglan whistleblower. What did we learn from this person?
And it's really interesting.
There's the video again, just since it's long, I'll post it again.
You talk about a lot of information coming in. This is one of those stories where since we first reported on this a couple of weeks ago, it's been like drinking from the fire hose. There are groups that have been following this for years who have been looking for some sort of an outlet for people to pay attention. And once our story aired, it got so much attention and viewers were so interested, and it's been shared far and wide that many different people are coming out and saying, hey, we've got this. Can you look into this too? Can you look into that as well? Here's some records. I haven't had to file any open records requests, or very little, other than a couple of things I filed with the Veterinary Examining Board and Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection. But others have done this work and they're bringing it to us. One of them was a whistleblower from inside Ridglan Farms who got access to some information, and they sent us that information with the agreement that we would not reveal this person's identity. And the first thing we reported in our initial story was the number of dogs that never make it out of Ridglan Farms in the first place. The number of dogs that die still while they're at the facility. And there was a particular spike in these deaths. It looked like through the data that this averages maybe about 5-6% of the dogs per year. When you have 3,000 to 4,000 dogs, that's still hundreds of dogs that are born and die right there in the facility. But in 2020, there were more than 500 deaths reported within Ridglan's own internal database. 522, I believe, was the number. But they also list the cause of death. And the number one cause, far and away, was something called enteritis. And I didn't know what that was, so I look it up. It says that it is an inflammation of the small intestine caused by things like contaminated food, contaminated water. So we thought, did they get a batch of bad food? I don't know what it was. Ultimately, Ridglan Farms did respond to an email, and their attorney got back to me and said that it was a parvovirus outbreak.
Boy, that attorney must be pretty busy these days, huh?
And that is something that can spread very quickly. It's highly contagious, a disease in dogs that does attack the small intestine. And they said that it was contained, but that it still led to what he said was, quote, under 400 deaths. That's a lot of, I hate to put it this way, it's a lot of dead dogs.
It is, yeah.
You know, 400.
A lot of dead dogs.
Right, sure.
More than 500 that died in a year. So that was one of the first things we found. But there was something else that we are just going to be reporting on as we publish this podcast the day we record it. Fox Local exclusive, we've obtained a buyer's list. That is, who are the customers? And when we did our first story a couple of weeks ago, one of the first questions we got, or one of the most common questions we got from viewers, we had put up a QR code, said, ask us what you want to know. One of the most common questions was, where are these dogs going? Who's buying them? What are they doing with them? And we answered some of that with the white coat waste records that showed what was happening at Mizzou and at IIT, but that's just a snapshot. We ultimately got a list that was leaked to us of these top, and we have the full list. We are going to release the top 10 biggest customers.
Why? This is the one that I want to know. Like, why not the full list?
And the reason for that is these customers are, number one, not doing anything illegal. I want to be very clear. They're not doing anything that is against the law. They have every right. These are legally bred and legally purchased animals. But we wanted to know, what are they doing with them? Are they still customers? This data actually comes from 2019 and 2020. Are they still customers? Are they still buying the dogs? And if so, why? What do they do? Number one on the list was a company in Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin called NASCO. And it wasn't clear to me exactly what NASCO does. The best I've been able to tell is they have an education, NASCO education, that provides a lot of training materials for teachers. And it appears, I'm not clear yet on what exactly they're doing with these animals, other than it seems they may be providing them in some way for teaching purposes for
budding veterinarians.
Sure.
I don't really have the answer, but they have a biological officer who essentially is involved in purchasing and handling the live animals. So they're number one. I think over the 2-year period, there were something like 1,700 dogs that they purchased from Ridglan Farms. Number two, a laboratory that does research and development in Athens, Georgia, TRS Labs. Don't know much more. I imagine that's pharmaceutical research. IIT in Chicago was number 3 over that 2-year period.
If I were to ask Fox 6 a question with that QR code, my question would be, why not release the entire list?
Period with it was several hundred dogs. I don't have the numbers in front of me. We knew IIT had them for the one experiment. Now we know that they've been buying them routinely for a long time and probably will continue. 8th on the list was LabCorp in Madison, which we talked about.
Right.
They have thousands of beagles, thousands of dogs, but it seems as though only a small percentage of them actually come from Ridglan Farms. The rest, or else they'd be the number one buyer. The rest of them come from somewhere else, likely a company called Marshall that is the biggest breeder of beagles for research in the country.
Y'all heard that right? Marshall.
That is
likely.
That is the biggest. The rest of them come from somewhere else, likely a company called Marshall that is
Marshall Bioresources. They're located in New York State.
The biggest breeder of beagles.
And they are the focus of intense protests in the UK with MBR Acres there, Camp Beagle. We interviewed John Curtin on this program from Camp Beagle. They were the site of a pretty big open rescue by Animal Rising in the UK.
For research in the country, that is up in the Northeast. And then number 9 was one called East Tennessee Clinical Research. And that one is the only company that actually responded to our request for comment.
Important to note, you did reach out to all of these.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Right?
We reached out. That's why we're only releasing the top 10.
Yep.
I wanted to reach out to every one of these companies and give them an opportunity to say, you know, what are you doing? Do you want to talk about it? Would you like to do an interview? And only one responded, and that was East Tennessee Clinical Research.
What did they say?
Yeah.
Well,
that's
so they said a lot, actually.
Yeah.
Dr. Craig Reinemeyer, he's a lifelong veterinarian. He founded this company. First of all, when you say East Tennessee Clinical Research, what do you picture? If you try to picture their headquarters, what do you picture?
I mean, labs? I don't.
Labs.
I mean,
what kind of a building? What kind of an area do you? I imagine.
middle of nowhere.
The middle of nowhere. Yeah, like rolling hills.
Okay.
And then there's...
Okay. See, I just hear East Tennessee Clinical Research, and I think it's in like an office building, a laboratory in a downtown area.
Oh, right.
No.
Yeah, but we saw what it is.
There's a farm out in the middle of nowhere.
Sure.
Okay.
It's west of Knoxville. It looks a lot like Ridglan Farms, where it's out in the middle of rolling hills, as you described. It looks like a horse ranch, and in fact, it is.
Okay.
They also they raise horses. They do testing on horses, but they do a lot of testing on dogs. And the Craig Reinemeyer had replied to me with answers. Actually, his daughter, who is president of the company, replied to me with answers to a few questions that said, not only are we customers still, we are, loyal customers, and yes, we, think they're doing a great job and that sort of thing. And I said, would you be interested in doing an interview? And the response I got was, yes, sir. And let me put you in touch with Craig, who's our lead science officer. Well, he's the founder of the company, Craig Reinemeyer. So I said, I'd like to do an interview. And he first got back to me and he said, I'll do a Zoom. You can record it, but I don't want any images. I don't want you to see him. He didn't want me to show his face. And I said, well,
wonder why. Interesting.
This is a visual medium. This is television. So can we? And reluctantly, he said, all right, fine, sure. Yep,
Okay.
I'll do it.
Oh, okay. Just real quick. There's his face again, just in case y'all wanted to see, since that apparently was a problem for him. There's his face on TV. Can y'all guess? Like, I'm wondering, since we just heard from Brian that he didn't want to show his face on TV, can y'all guess why he might not want to show his face on TV? Just curious what y'all think. Are there any books on how certain sciences screen out empathy? Good question. That's a great question, Jeremy. I think there probably are. Good question. That's another question probably for Jeremy Beckham, probably, because I believe that there is a book that actually I'm thinking there is something quite like that. Let me do a little quick book. It's by a researcher, I believe. Let's see. Let's see what we find. This is a question for PETA. They know, I've heard of, there's a book about this. I know there's a book. Sorry to make y'all stare at me. I'm going to get back to you. Let me make sure. Jeremy, yeah. Ask me again next time you see me. I'll have found it. Okay.
And then once he did, I'll give him a lot of credit. Craig Reinemeyer said, nobody else wants to talk about this. And that's why nobody knows what we do.
Right.
I want people to understand what we do. So he talked about why they do testing for pharmaceutical companies. And he said, without giving...
We knew that. Nobody knows what we do. Okay, so what they do is they do testing for pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, we knew.
Us names, he said they are big name companies you would recognize. And he says the way the FDA has set this up for many, many years is this is part of the process. He said the FDA wants us to test in animals before you can get something into humans, and we're just following the rules, and this is what we do. Now, I did look up, USDA maintains records for each laboratory that does animal testing. We talked about those pain categories. For 2023, and actually most of the years I looked before that, East Tennessee Clinical Research lists their dogs in category B, which would be one of the lowest pain categories. Or maybe it was C, but I didn't see any that were in category D or E. So they are not doing max pain experiments. That doesn't mean they aren't doing experiments that...
There's a book on animal research called We All Operate in the Same Way by Rick Bogle. That's not the one I'm thinking of, but that might be good. I'm going to ask someone that I know over at PETA because I think they know. Yeah.
Are fatal. And some of the people I've talked to say, even if they're not the most painful experiments, these dogs didn't ask to be lab animals. They didn't ask to be born this way and put through all of this. And some of them, in fact, at the end are still euthanized because, as he put it, that's required by FDA in some of these cases to get the toxicity readings and things that they need from the organs. But so he does say that they do try to minimize pain to the animals, but that euthanasia is necessary so that these organs can be tested. And he did say that in his view, even in some of these experiments where there's more pain involved, he believes that animals that go to the vet to get, spayed or neutered go through more suffering and pain than they do in many of these lab experiments. That was his word. We'll hear from someone who probably doesn't quite agree with that here in just a few minutes.
Is there anyone who oversees
I'm surprised nobody laughed when he said that.
those labs and make sure the animals are treated humanely while they're being tested?
That's one of the main points that Craig...
They're very professional, aren't they?
Reinemeyer wanted to make was he says people don't understand how heavily regulated this industry is. Now, the USDA is probably the biggest player in that. And there are local regulations and other things as well. But one of the things in the animal welfare law that's supposed to add a layer of oversight is that every research institution that does animal research is supposed to have something called an Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee, IACUC. The people involved, people who know it, call it an IACUC. IACUCs are supposed...
IACUC. Nobody take that out of context, please.
...to ensure that the protocols that are proposed for a test minimize pain, that they are doing the very least they need to do to these animals to subject them to any kind of distress, that they comport with federal law and animal welfare regulations. But many of the critics who look at this say those IACUCs are largely made up of insiders. They're usually people who work at the institution who have some sort of a vested interest in the research. There are some rules and regulations around what would constitute a conflict of interest, but one thing we found in the case of East Tennessee Clinical Research apparently is not under the law a conflict of interest, but you decide for yourself. When I'm talking to Craig Reinemeyer, I mistakenly said, so are you the chair of the IACUC at your facility? He said, no, that would be a conflict. I'm the principal investigator. And so I thought I saw it in your email signature. And then I realized the email signature was his daughter's. His daughter.
Not a conflict.
Who is the president of the company, is also the chair of the committee that decides if the research her father is doing is acceptable. Now, that comports with federal law for what he says, but critics...
But guys, it's fine. It's fine. They're highly regulated. It's fine. It's fine. His daughter's making sure.
Talk to say that sure seems like a conflict. That seems like it, as one put it, the fox guarding the hen house. And they're not just referring to East Tennessee, but referring to all sorts of places where these IACUCs are made up largely of people who work there. Ridglan Farms has the same setup. 4 of the 5 people on their...
I mean... You can see, right, why daylight is so bad for these companies. Like a little bit of focus from a reporter like Brian here, just taking an interest in the story. Oh, man, they don't want this information out there.
IACUC work for Ridglan Farms, but they meet all of the different elements that are required under the law. And their attorney made a point of us saying this is consistent with federal law. There's nothing wrong with it, and saying otherwise is misleading.
UACUC, you heard me? UACUC. Never mind.
You know, so much is going through my head when we're talking about this topic, because like people care about dogs because they're cute and cuddly, but there are other animals that they don't seem to care as much about. And there are plenty of animals that we eat. It's a circle of life, right? So a lot's going through my head. But for the people who want to
tell me the circle of life isn't going through your head. Okay.
Protect animals in all cases, especially in these, what kind of alternatives might be available when it comes to research? Are there other things we can do instead of testing on animals? Or is this so critical that we need to keep this going?
I think you're asking the ultimate operative question here, which is if the FDA says you need animal testing to prove a drug is safe.
But they don't. You pointed it out in your story already. That law changed.
Or let me step back. If the FDA says you have to prove a drug is safe and effective before you can put it into humans, how do you do that?
Right.
Our animals, we know animals are one way. Some would say, and the person we're about to talk to would tell you, that's not a particularly reliable way of doing it. It's just the way we've always done it. The people who do that research would say that's not true. They think it's very reliable. But are there alternatives? And what are they? That's a perfect time for us to bring in Amy Van Artsen. She is co-founder of the Marty Project. She lives in Madison, Wisconsin, just a stone's throw from Ridglan Farms. She's a beagle lover herself. We've had her on Fox 6 News, and we're going to have her here on Open Record when we come right back. And we are back on Open Record, and we are joined now by Amy Van Artsen, co-founder of the Marty Project. Amy, thank you for being here on Open Record.
Hero. I know John Curtin doesn't want me calling people heroes. She's a hero.
Thanks so much for having me.
Let's just start real quick with what is the Marty Project? Where does that name come from? How did it get started?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. So I'll first talk about the name. The Marty Project is named after my co-founder's dog. His name was Marty. He actually was a dog that originally was born at Ridglan.
Just real quick, if you guys are on social media, I'm sure you're on social media, please make sure you're following Marty Project. Follow Dane for Dogs. That's DANE with the number 4 dogs. Dane for Dogs. Follow those groups so that you're kept in the loop on all this stuff. I mean, I'm going to try to keep y'all in the loop with every story that gets put out on YouTube.
Farms. He was experimented on for the first several years of his life out in a lab in Colorado. And then Ellie was able to adopt him from Wyoming. And so we named our nonprofit after Marty, just in terms of kind of, he means so much to us and I think really represents what we're doing. The whole goal of the Marty Project is to essentially promote public policy that supports the replacement of dogs for evidence-based alternatives.
We talked to you, we met your beagle, Maggie,
and talk to you for our first story.
Was
and
Maggie the beagle that climbs trees? That was incredible.
You have, I think, maybe a little bit of an interesting insight that others don't, which is you are both a beagle lover who wants to see this kind of experimentation come to an end, but you are also someone who is involved in research at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I know you don't speak for the university, I want to make that clear, but you've kind of got insight into both sides of this. Do you think that gives you a little bit of an unusual or a unique perspective?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I feel really fortunate to be able to kind of have both identities. And just some of the experiences I've had, I think to be able to speak as a scientist have been really helpful in making progress on the issue. I actually was really fortunate as an undergraduate student. I got involved in stem cell research right away. So I had just the opportunity of a lifetime to be part of the lab that actually discovered and pioneered stem cells, and then continue to work in stem cell research as a full-time researcher now.
So before I ask you about some of the things I have planned, you listened into some of our podcasts so far. Was there anything that as you listened, you went, boy, I really have something to say about that, or I'd like to add to that? What stood out to you?
Yeah, for sure. I think just in kind of talking about both sides of the issue, I think the folks that are really advocating so that we need dog experimentation, particularly for the progress for human relevant research, I just heavily disagree with. I think we have so many better alternative methods that are actually human relevant. And so I'd love to talk about that a little bit more. And just the technology that has come so far.
What would she know? She's just someone who did research herself. You know, why should we trust her? So biased, right? No, she's done research. She knows what she's talking about.
I'm a little confused in terms of why the FDA hasn't actually fully adopted those policies. And so just really looking to kind of promote that work.
Could you go into more detail about these alternative methods? I'm really curious what those could be.
Yeah, absolutely. So I kind of think of there being as three main categories to these alternative methods. One is in vitro work. And so essentially that can look like having cell culture. Typically this is like 2D models. And so we often think about having cells that are plated just in different wells. And that also would include organ chips, which I can talk about in a little more depth too. The second would be more kind of traditional in vivo models. To some degree, this includes organoids. These are kind of this middle territory where organoids are 3D structures that are still composed of cells. And they do a great job of mimicking different organs as well. They're more sophisticated and complicated. A lot of the work that we need to be able to do for drug development can be done kind of primarily in a 2D system. And then the third one is essentially kind of computational modeling and using like AI to work. This is the one I actually know the least about, but I think actually has so much potential to really revolutionize, the drug development industry in terms of being able to really data gather. There's just so much information we can get from these systems.
So I have to ask, because I go back to something you use some terms and they're science terms, and I'm not, I'm a smart guy, but I don't know biology much at all. So in vitro, and I had to look this up. I didn't know that it actually means, like it through Latin, it means in glass. So petri dish, right? Is that what in vitro means effectively?
Yeah, basically it just means kind of outside of the body, right? So kind of taking these kind of outside of the body, doing these more assay development style experiments. And so that's actually a lot of what my work is.
And then you said in vivo, but what is explain to me again what that one is. That's the 3D you said, but I didn't quite grasp what that meant.
Yeah, so typically we think of in vivo as being kind of in the body. And so this is actually where, drug development companies will typically use, dogs or other rodents as well. And so that's kind of, I think, one of the bigger questions is how do we actually replace that? And so organoids, these 3D structures that have been created using human cells, I think these are kind of the replacement for kind of more traditional dog testing. But I do actually think a lot of the work can come from these 2D structures that are, they're less expensive, they're easier to use. And I think they're just more accessible as well.
You said that in the 2D structure, organ on a chip. We've seen that one image that I keep seeing, but I don't know much about what that means. What is an organ on a chip and how does that work?
All right, hang on one sec. I'm trying to bring
up I think the technology is just so cool. They're essentially kind of small, like almost USB size, essentially silicone chips. And on there, you can actually seed or essentially place different cells. And so we can do different like liver cells, you can do the kidney, you can model a pancreas.
Let me back up. I don't even know if y'all could hear what.
And how does that work?
It's more accessible.
I don't know. Amy seems like she knows her shit.
You said that in the 2D structure, organ on a chip. We've seen that one image that I keep seeing, but I don't know much about what that. What is an organ on a chip and how does that work?
Yeah, I think the technology is just so cool. They're essentially kind of small, like almost USB size.
Okay, hyperlink. What's up, hyperlink? Is this about Fauci's funding of beagles being made to sit still while sand fleas eat at their faces? Well, they've talked about some of Fauci's experiments. This is about Ridglan Farms, which is a dog breeder in Wisconsin, United States, who had their buyers list released by Fox 6 Milwaukee. At least the top 10 buyers of Ridglan Farms. So Ridglan Farms breeds beagles to be used in scientific research. They sell those beagles around the world to laboratories and universities. Yeah, and right now we're talking, or on this podcast they're talking to Amy Van Artsen, who is the founder of the Marty Project, which advocates for alternatives to dog testing, essentially. So we're sort of hearing Amy kick ass with her knowledge. She's a former researcher herself.
Essentially silicone chips. And on there, you can actually seed or essentially place different cells. And so we can do different like liver cells, you can do the kidney, you can model a pancreas. And on those systems, you actually can kind of put them into a device that then they are fed using like cell media. And so different metabolites. So we think about, glucose and insulin and things that cells would need in the human body. But one thing that's really cool about them is they actually can replicate like essentially the mechanical forces that we'd associate with like breathing and then also blood flow. And so they are really quite sophisticated for being a 2D system, and they're quite accessible too. There's actually a lot of biotech companies that have these models that essentially they can just be for purchase. So Emulate is actually one of my favorite companies that has organ chips. I think their model is just really fantastic.
How well developed are they?
Felix, another important book on animal testing is Voracious Science and Vulnerable Animals, a Primate Scientist's Ethical Journey by John Gluck. Yes, John Gluck, by the way, I've spoken to John Gluck several times. We actually did a call with John Gluck, and he shared a story with us about how the ALF raided his lab, and it started to make him think. So his lab, I think this was in the 70s or 80s. I'm not sure when, probably the 80s. I don't know. I don't know when it happened. Anyway, John Gluck, he had this primate lab. He was at the University of Wisconsin as well. Anyway, yeah, he said, like, he asked himself, what's the message that these animal activists are trying to send me? Which, is interesting because it's quite obvious. But John Gluck is an extraordinary man. He's someone who speaks out against vivisection now, after having been someone involved in vivisection for a long time. And yeah, he's an extraordinary guy. There was also a PETA documentary. I am blanking on the name, but you can look it up, a PETA documentary about animal testing, and John Gluck was featured pretty heavily in that. It's like a mini series of short investigations. I wonder if Ronnie Lee was part of that raid on his lab. Likely not, because it was in the United States. So I doubt it was Ronnie Lee. But yeah, I mean, Ronnie Lee, if y'all don't know, is the founder of the Animal Liberation Front, UK-based. I caught that. She sounded qualified to speak on this such. We'll have to watch this from the start later, but good to have well-read and well-spoken advocates. Totally. Felix, sorry, I mentioned your comment already. But yeah, John Gluck, just an extraordinary person. Okay.
Are they effective when it comes to research, as effective as using animals?
I would actually argue more effective, particularly for the purposes of drug development. So Emulate actually particularly has put out some studies. One was in Nature Communications, essentially showing the validation that
sorry to interrupt again, but yeah, John Gluck also talked about how there was like a speaker on campus at wherever he was at that time. I don't remember. And the speaker was very likely someone from the ALF. I don't know who exactly it was. I have a guess. But yeah, he said that when he got there, he could not believe how much law enforcement presence there was to hear this ALF guy speak. And this is, I believe, I'm guessing it might have been Peter Young, because you know, who are the people who were former ALF members? The people you know who are in the ALF are the people who are no longer probably doing that because they can talk about it now. They probably serve jail time and that sort of thing. So that was my guess. I don't know if it was Peter Young, but my guess is he went to a Peter Young talk and he couldn't believe how much law enforcement presence there was just to hear this guy speak. He was like, yeah, anyway.
They actually, their organ chips far way the kind of comparing with animal models. And so the technology is, I think it's really there and it's been validated. I think the issue that we continue to run into is getting the FDA to actually implement kind of the necessary processes so that companies can kind of go this alternative route and not need to use dogs for their approval process.
To that end, the FDA Modernization Act of 2022, this was something Congress passed that for the first time removed the language in federal law that said for a drug to be tested in humans, it first had to be tested in animals. Now it says that these non-clinical tests have to be done, which could be in animals or could allow for alternatives. So it's allowed under the law, but the FDA has to implement that law, which means they have to come up with all the rules and regulations of how that would work. How is that part of it going?
Yeah, I think unfortunately there really hasn't been any progress. So the FDA Modernization Act.
Okay, sorry, I didn't really understand this. This is helpful.
Act 2.0 was implemented in 2022, and that Congress essentially authorized the FDA to use these alternative methods. And then unfortunately, I mean, quite disappointingly, the FDA has actually failed to validate these alternative methods. And so there really isn't a process. And I think that has really discouraged, pharmaceutical companies from actually pursuing these alternative paths because they're still being asked to use kind of the traditional methods that have been done for, decades.
There's sorry, go ahead.
No.
Well, then there's like an FDA 3.0, right?
Yeah.
So then that's proposed. So what would that do? How is that different than the 2.0?
Yeah, so the idea with 3.0 is that would essentially kind of force companies to actually, and the FDA mostly too, essentially require non-animal methods are actually used instead. And so really to eliminate the testing that has been done using dogs. Unfortunately, that hasn't actually passed yet. And so there has been progress there, but it has not been passed.
So that effort is to take what's already been done and take it a step further. You've now allowed for non-alternative methods, but it's not really happening to the degree you'd like to see. And you're saying this would take it that step further. It would.
Now, I could be wrong, but based on my memory, I believe the FDA Modernization Act 3.0 was introduced by Rand Paul and Cory Booker. We talked about Cory Booker earlier, Democrat, vegan, just did that historic speech, 25 hours on the Senate floor, broke the record. And then Rand Paul, a Republican. So this is a bipartisan effort. So yeah, they probably were the introducers of the FDA Modernization Act 2.0, if I had to guess. I'm pretty sure.
Would actually require it? Would it require it in all cases or just in some cases?
Thank you.
What does it say in that act?
Sorry. Yeah, the failed experiment is the name of that. Correct. Is the name of the PETA miniseries, and Felix is linked to that. So definitely something worth watching. And John Gluck is a part of that miniseries. It is great and it's quick. You can watch the whole thing in like 30 minutes. It's not long. I hope I have that right, but yeah, it was a little mini series, but the episodes are like 5 minutes long from what I remember.
That's a great question. I think it would generally require it. I don't think it's quite a full all cases, but I think it would at least eliminate, animal testing. And essentially what it really does is require the FDA to actually put forward these processes that are currently lacking. And so ensuring that companies can use these alternative methods.
Amy, you've talked. What's interesting, I think, about the Marty Project, we talked to so many different groups, and each has sort of maybe their own lane in interest in this. For White Coat Waste, it's federal funding. For Dane for Dogs, they're really focused on Ridglan Farms and testing in Dane County. For the Marty Project, you've talked about actually wanting to work with the companies that do this research. Although you have clearly, I don't want to put words in your mouth from what we've talked about, you clearly have concerns about what's going on at Ridglan Farms and some of the things that have been happening there in terms of the cherry eye surgeries and that. You want to work with the researchers to move toward these alternative methods?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is one thing that makes the Marty Project different, is that we do really want to partner with these companies that historically have been stuck in this bigger system. And so, you know, the FDA is kind of really who I would argue is the root of the problem, in terms of they're the ones that have kind of put these policies into place. Whereas the pharmaceutical companies, I think they've been kind of in a difficult spot in some ways. And so really inviting them to join us to actually kind of lobby the FDA to get these processes in place so that alternative methods can be used. And I will also say that, you know, there are companies that are actually already really pushing back on the FDA. So Vanda Pharmaceuticals actually sued the FDA for requiring them to do additional, you know, dog studies that they didn't think were necessary. And so there's already a lot of, I think, companies are really kind of starting to speak out about this. And I think there's general support for moving forward with these alternative methods. I just read a paper actually from Merck scientists, and they actually kind of talked about, you know, what they feel like we need to have in terms of being able to move forward and that technology. And so there's a lot of discussion happening. And so we really want to rally, you know, these different companies to actually partner with us to be able to change the system.
I want to round it out with one thing, and this is something we're going to be reporting at the end of the story that's exclusively on Fox Local. Craig Reinemeyer, who was the researcher at East Tennessee Clinical Research, he had sent a 2-page letter to the Veterinary Examining Board that was looking to potentially suspend the license of the lead veterinarian at Ridglan Farms, Dr. Rich Van Dommelen. Your organization, the Marty Project, actually put out a call for public comment. You know, hey, the Veterinary Examining Board wants to hear from you. And actually, Dr. Reinemeyer at ETCR, he submitted a 2-page letter to the Veterinary Examining Board in defense of Ridglan Farms. I asked him for a copy of that letter. He sent me just the first page, and he said the second page wasn't really relevant to our discussion. Of course, that made me naturally pretty curious. What's on page 2? So I requested the public record from Department of Agricultural Trade and Consumer Protection, and late yesterday I got it. And what it says on page 2 effectively is that he doesn't think those cherry eye surgeries are all that bad. In fact, he doesn't think they constitute animal cruelty at all. He believes.
Whoa. That was some good digging.
Believes the topical anesthesia they claim they use was plenty and that there's nothing wrong with it. And I just wonder, knowing how closely you follow.
You'll hear that? Wow. That was some good digging by Brian.
That
I want to hear that all
call
again.
for veterinarian at Ridglan Farms, Dr. Board that was looking to.
Let's just hear it all again.
From Merck scientists, and they actually kind of talked about, you know, what they feel like we need to have in terms of
great reporting. God, Brian, will you marry me? Brian, please. No, I'm just kidding.
Being able to move forward and that technology. And so there's a lot of discussion happening. And so we really want to rally, you know, these different companies to actually partner with us to be able to change the system.
Nice. I want to round it out with one thing. And this is something we're going to be reporting at the end of the story that's exclusively on Fox Local. Craig Reinemeyer, who was the researcher at
did they report that already and I just missed it? I didn't see that. Maybe I was not paying attention.
East Tennessee Clinical Research. He had sent a 2-page letter to the Veterinary Examining Board that was looking to potentially suspend the license of the lead veterinarian at Ridglan Farms, Dr. Rich Van Dommelen. Your organization, the Marty Project, actually put out a call for public comment. You know, hey, the Veterinary Examining Board wants to hear from you. And actually, Dr. Reinemeyer at ETCR, he submitted a 2-page letter to the Veterinary Examining Board in defense of Ridglan Farms. I asked him for a copy of that letter. He sent me just the first page, and he said the second page wasn't really relevant to our discussion.
So why do you think he didn't send Brian the second page?
Of course, that made me naturally pretty curious. What's on page 2? So I requested the public record from Department of Agricultural Trade and Consumer Protection, and late yesterday I got it.
And what it says on page 2 effectively is that he doesn't think those cherry eye surgeries are all that bad. In fact, he doesn't think they constitute animal cruelty at all. He believes the topical anesthesia they claimed they used was plenty and that there's nothing wrong with it. And I just wonder, knowing how closely you followed this.
Yeah, you know, like if you have like really strong conviction about something, then yeah, you probably would hide that from a reporter, right?
First of all, what do you make of those comments? And secondly, the idea that he kind of withheld that page from us and I had to get it through open records.
Yeah, I mean, I think reading his whole letter too, I think was, you know, really kind of confusing, and it was hard to read. I think his perspective is obviously very different, and I do think actually, you know, having seen other buyers that have already cut ties with Ridglan, I am surprised that he continues to show so much support. Regarding the cherry surgeries, I think, you know, having seen, you know, whistleblowers on the stage shaking as they gave testimony, talking about how terrible it was to see these dogs crying out in pain, you know, no pain medications were used. It's beyond upsetting that, you know, these are kind of his views about it. I just can't imagine subjecting, you know, my dog Maggie to anything like this. And I regarding that he wasn't willing to share the second page of the letter, I think is, you know, just very telling of that.
Yep.
You know, maybe he's realizing that, you know, this is not a popular opinion. I don't think the public is going to support his views on that, just given how egregious they are.
Guys, what an idiot. I mean, like, why would he have even come on the program? Like, he didn't want to share his letter. He didn't want his face shown. He ends up like on the story, his face there, his company singled out among the only one of the top 10 buyers from Ridglan Farms, East Tennessee Clinical Research. Is that what it was called? That's perplexing. That is quite perplexing. That's right. Not all Fox channels are bad. Well, this is a local TV station. You know, this has really nothing to do with Fox News. Obviously, it's, you know, under the umbrella of News Corporation. So Rupert Murdoch ultimately owns it, but they don't have like super high amounts of control over the local TV stations, I don't think. Yay, Brian, indeed. This is awesome. No wonder he withheld the second page. It's not relevant. Yeah. I don't praise Fox often, but Fox 6 deserves amazing credit. They do, and this is just really, really informative podcast. I'm learning a lot from this podcast that I didn't know. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna put it in I'm gonna link it again. Like, we got to make sure that we like this video, that we comment, that we give them love for doing this. God, I hope they keep doing this and reporting more and more. And yeah, this is amazing.
Anything else you guys have to add? Yeah.
Just I think in talking about all these other alternative methods, and you know, obviously went into detail about all of them. You know, some of the people that Brian has talked to say, oh, this whole alternative method stuff is 10 years away. Yeah. One person even said a whole generation that's how far we are away from being able to use exclusively alternative methods as opposed to testing on animals. Yeah. What do you say?
Yeah. Well, I'll answer that question for you. Sorry, I didn't catch your name. It just lacks the political will to do it. The methods are out there. You could do it. I know there was that expert when we were watching the congressional hearing with white coat waste, and there was one guy saying, you know, he was hedging on whether or not we could do it. We can do it. Okay. There are brilliant scientists out there that can do it. All right. We're not learning anything from these beagles. We're torturing beagles for irrelevant studies. It's not helping. It's not doing anything for us. All we're doing is just showing how barbaric we are.
Yeah, and I think those questions also kind of imply that the current system is working really well. And
great point.
It's not, right? I think when we think about, you know, drug development specifically, less than like 1 drug out of 10 actually kind of makes it past kind of this initial
less than 1 out of 10
like preclinical testing. And with that, once we get into actually doing human testing, about 30% of those drugs then will fail because of toxicity related complications. And so I do really think these alternative methods far outcompete kind of the traditional animal testing that has been done. I really believe that the issue currently is much more of an implementation and dissemination issue. And so that can be addressed by the FDA, essentially putting clear processes in place so that these alternative methods can actually be used.
Well, Amy Van Artsen, the Marty Project, thank you so much for being here on Open Record. I know we're going to be talking again, I'm sure, because this is an issue that's not going away anytime soon. There are still multiple investigations that are pending into Ridglan Farms, and of course, the larger issue of non-alternative methods for to animal testing.
Please, I know they're on Facebook. They're probably on all kinds of social media, but please follow the Marty Project, because that was awesome. That was, yeah, I hadn't watched this, and Amy is, what a badass. Really knows her stuff.
Something that'll be around for a while. So Amy, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
And we will go off the record when we come right back.
What's that mean? We getting the scoops now? Off the record. Guys, lean in close. Nobody's supposed to hear this but us, okay? We're going off the record.
And it's time for us to go off the record.
A little quiet, Brian. We're off the record.
This is the part of the podcast where we get a little more casual and have a little fun by answering a question for which we have not prepared, and Sarah's got it again this week.
Before we get started, Tim, can you hit that timer? Sorry, I just want to make sure. Otherwise, I will talk us right into having to edit stuff out. Okay, so Brian,
guys,
you were about to jet set on a delightful vacation, which made me think.
Oh
of this.
no! Don't do it, Brian. Come back. Come back. Don't go. Don't let this man take a vacation. Brian, I'm sorry. Cancel. Come back, Brian, please.
Question, and I'm wondering.
I'm taking Southwest Airlines to Florida, but yes.
Okay. Whatever.
Okay, he's still in the country. Don't give this man a rest. He's got work to do.
So there, I don't know if you guys have heard about this. Like, how early, I guess, do you plan to get to the airport?
That's a
fuck is this? This is so stupid.
Great question, because I've got to think of that.
I'm sorry. I should not criticize this amazing program.
Pretty quickly, but I think for an early, I go like an hour and a half. I know they say 2, but I think 2's usually too much.
Are you checking a bag?
1. Yes.
Okay. So have you?
Because I got these tickets when bags still flew free.
Hey,
so anyway.
Get it in. Okay.
Yeah.
So have you guys heard about this thing? It's what's called an airport theory, and it took off on TikTok like bananas, like 400 million views. These videos. The theory was that you can and should arrive 15 minutes before your flight leaves to get through security and just basically
is that because security will expedite you because they know that your flight is leaving?
I don't know.
Because they do sometimes say,
really?
If there's
Have y'all flown much before? I mean, sometimes you just get through. That's what they're talking about. Like you just go through the line and then you go to your flight. Like everybody says, you got to get there 2 hours early. And then you just sit there in the lobby waiting for your flight. Obviously, that can be different. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, yes, you can get there 15 minutes earlier, but you're taking a chance. Obviously, you might hit a long line and miss your flight.
Long
Never
line.
seen that.
I've been in
that.
longer lines where they say if you've got a flight that's leaving at such and such, then they bump you up.
But then
it's
do
like
they
you've got
also
a fast
ask,
pass.
hey, what time did you arrive at the airport? Did you arrive with ample amount of time? And
No, but
consider
people
security?
in line are like, you should have got here early.
That's
kind
what,
of like, it's human.
I will say, my husband and I had a situation recently where we took the kids to the airport, and I thought we were getting there 2 hours early, and we got there 1 hour early.
Oh,
and we
If you're wondering why we're still watching, because who knows? Like, we're off the record. We might get some good details
got
here.
there just as they called our section to
Right.
go on the plane.
Yeah.
So that, obviously this is Milwaukee. It's not the biggest airport.
You know what?
In
This is a great chance for me to run to the restroom.
the country, but with 1 hour exactly, and I was nervous the whole time.
And did you have to check bags? Because there's a cutoff for
We
that
did have
too.
to check a couple of bags.
And sometimes, depending on like flight busyness and timing and stuff, you could get to that counter and go, oh my gosh, there's 25 people in front of me and I need to get these bags and get through. So
yeah,
but the trend itself is like, get to the airport. You have total amount of time. It's no problem. And then of course, all these people on these TikTok videos are like, there goes my plane.
I was
Like,
going to say,
yeah.
the 15-minute theory, I kind of hope that if you're trying that one out, that you just,
that
you know what, miss
you're
your
okay
flight.
missing
You're gonna,
it,
yeah,
right?
because
So,
that's not
but then it
a good
gets me
idea.
thinking about, then there's like the Onion articles that are like, dad gets to airport 4 hours
My-
early.
God bless my wife, who's probably tired of me talking about her on this podcast. But
You know what?
she's the one
She
who's
does
like,
that. She should be on.
She looks at the boarding time and it's like, I need to be 2 hours before the boarding time to make sure, because there could be security, there could be things. And then she gets there and, she's going to have to stop and grab a,
well, you have to
cinnamon
get
bun
a
or something.
snack
I don't know.
and
Right. Yes, exactly.
a coffee.
It's just that
treat
the stakes
yourself.
are so high.
I know.
Like you miss your plane, the whole trip is thrown off.
Jacked up. Yes. And then I think too that like, gosh, I just really lost
Don't
my
get
train
me
of
started on how early you have to stand up when they start calling for boarding. That's a whole other discussion we probably don't have time for. I just
No,
I
I know.
don't stand up first because it drives me crazy. We're all getting on the plane. You got an assigned seat probably.
But I'm
I don't
standing
know.
up and I might get on ahead of you, even though I won't.
Anyway, all right, that's all we have time for right now. We're going to wrap things up when we come right back. All right, that's all the time we have for this week on Open Record. If you have a topic you would like us to discuss here on the podcast or an issue you think we should investigate for Fox 6 News, send us an email to fox6investigators@fox.com. As always, thank you to the people who make this podcast possible, most of all here today, Sarah Smith, Jenna Sachs, Tim Primo, who's there manning things behind the video switcher, and our chief photographer, Cale Zimney, and our editor, Dave Machuda, who's got to put all this together. With that, I'm Brian Polson. We'll be back.
Did I miss anything good there at the end? I know, I'm no Cory Booker. That's true. That's true. Okay, let me make sure I link to that. Y'all, that was so good that we should watch the other. This is the second one they did. Are y'all okay with that? I know this isn't the funnest topic, but we're learning, right? And I don't have anything else pulled up. I didn't watch the other one. Let's do it. If anybody has a massive objection, just let me know. We're going to stay with Brian. Okay.
Thousands of beagles. It's so loud you literally cannot hear yourself talk. Raised in stacked metal cages.
I see my Maggie, that could have been her.
Is it scientific progress?
These therapies that come out of this research not only go on to benefit the dogs themselves, but also humans.
Or animal cruelty?
They never step outside. They never get a chance to go on a walk. They never have a kind touch.
This week on Open Record.
I mean, Felix is the moderator, so as long as he doesn't boot me from the stream, then we're good to go.
Unexpected allies.
Animals don't care who you vote for. They just want to stop being tortured in laboratories.
Target a massive Wisconsin farm.
Someone has to say,
Jeremy.
This is madness.
Where puppies are bred for
That was
life.
Jeremy Beckham. Or that was the White Coat Waste, Justin Goodman.
From the Fox 6
We're back on the record, guys. Back on the record, okay?
Studios, this is Open Record. I'm Brian Polson, and I'm joined, as always, by Open Record's executive producer, Sarah Smith. Hello, Sarah.
Hello.
And we are joined once again by Contact 6's Jenna Sachs. Hello, Jenna.
Hey there.
Thanks for being here.
Sure.
We are recording this episode on Wednesday, March 19th. As we record, a 59-year-old Wisconsin
watched this before, apparently.
factory farm that breeds beagle puppies for scientific research is facing both criminal charges, possibly, and regulatory investigations. Animal rights groups have been trying to raise awareness of what happens at Ridglan Farms, about 30 miles west of Madison, for years. Now, thanks to a rare legal maneuver, they appear to have the breeding operation on the ropes.
And Jeremy,
And
we
unexpected
trust.
allies in Washington want to help them cut off the money supply that funds animal research. We're going to talk about all of that and more right after this.
What's up, Jedi? How are you doing?
We are back on Open Record. Ridglan Farms, a commercial dog breeding operation west of Madison. So unlike other puppy mills, though, the dogs aren't headed to pet stores or people's houses. They are headed for science labs. Brian, how, we always ask, how did we get started? How did you start digging into this? What tipped you off?
Well, what's interesting is I remember a couple of years ago, I think it was maybe a year or two ago, someone had reached out to me about this very thing, and they sent me video that these animal rights activists had gotten back in 2017, and I was interested, but I was in the middle of other things. And you know how sometimes you have projects and you go, I can't jump into that right now, and it went by the wayside. And more recently, I think in around Christmas time this year, there was another person who reached out and said, there's stuff going on. There's just been a hearing on Ridglan Farms. You've got to see this video. And I was like, I remember that.
That's interesting, like, to hear, just because, you know, as someone working in the press, you know, it's just kind of like, one, it's a little disheartening that something this serious would be overlooked, you know, even if there were other projects. But it also means that someone this serious and this good of a reporter just couldn't look into it at that time. And now here he's doing this great work. But yeah, I don't know. It's a reminder to stay persistent if you work in press and if you're doing stuff and you want to get attention for the cause that you're working on.
There was a new development, and that is there had just been a hearing after an animal rights organization had petitioned for a special prosecutor to be appointed to look into criminal charges against Ridglan Farms. And after that tip came in, the judge in Dane County actually agreed that there was probable cause that crimes had.
Oh no, Mary, I made you miss Rachel Maddow leaving at 11 for a rerun of her show. Well, I'll tell you, Rachel Maddow's not going to be talking about Ridglan Farms. Unless maybe someone calls up Rachel Maddow and says, hey, why aren't you reporting on this stuff? Like, you know, you're letting Fox 6 Milwaukee scoop you? Come on, Rachel.
Had been committed.
And Mary, I mean, you know I'm going to be playing some Cyberpunk later. Who's better? Jeremy playing Cyberpunk or Rachel Maddow? I mean, you're going to have to make that determination.
And appointed a special prosecutor. And that's when I got involved in starting looking back at this. This goes back.
I would, Mary, but there's been a few times that I streamed where I didn't see you at all. So I feel like you owe me a little bit, you know, but.
Back to 2017 when a group called Direct Action Everywhere, led by a man named Wayne Shung. He's a former Northwestern University law professor. They went inside Ridglan Farms. They went in the middle of the night like a mission, and they took video cameras. They're wearing cameras on their heads. They had still cameras. They went inside to just document the conditions.
I assume they didn't have permission, right?
They did not have permission. They snuck into the facility, and they told me that the door was unlocked. That being said, I mean, today there's barbed wire.
I was going to say the video from your stories showed the barbed wire.
But they didn't have permission to be there, and they knew they didn't have permission. This was intentional. They wanted to expose the world to what was going on inside this place. So they go inside, they get the video, and they take 3 animals with them. They took 3 of the dogs out of their cages, and they left. And in fact, there's video that they've published online.
If you're still here, hyperlink. I'm not sure if you're still here, but now we're getting like the backstory. If you're late to this one, this is sort of like how all this got started. You'll watch Cyberpunk if I don't play for 7 hours. Fair. I probably should not be doing that. I don't know. Like Cory Booker set the bar pretty high. If Booker's gonna talk for 25 hours, then all of a sudden I realize my Cyberpunk game is a little lacking. 25-hour Cyberpunk stream is coming soon, dedicated to Cory Booker. I don't even know, like, Jedi, would you hang with me for that long? I feel like you'd get tired of me after about 23 hours, probably. Oh, nice. Well, this is sort of the backstory, hyperlink.
Where you hear the alarms going off in the facility, and they're sort of running out the back door. According to a criminal complaint that was, there were charges filed several years later against these activists. And according to that criminal complaint, what's really interesting, we didn't talk about this in the story. The alarms go off, and the lead veterinarian, I think this is who it was, one of the people for the facility shows up and comes to check the place out. And what he sees is there's a door that's open, and there's a couple of black garbage bags by one of the doors. But he doesn't see anything else amiss. And he does.
What's up, Joe? In case y'all don't know, Joe likes turtles. I say you do a 72-hour cyberpunk playthrough, just pee in a bag. I mean, the thing about playing cyberpunk is I can go use the restroom. Y'all cut me some slack. You know what? Jedi loves it when I go use the restroom because I put my game character in front of a mirror, and he has a good old time. In fact, he would rather I take more bathroom breaks, I think. Carnists have no idea what it means for a vegan not to poop for 20 hours. Y'all are out of control. Where's Felix? Felix, you're letting the viewers run amok now. Felix has the power to restore order to my stream.
Doesn't really know what's happened, thinks, well, maybe somebody from security or something else tripped the alarms, and then he leaves. The whole time the activists were there, they had the dogs, they were outside keeping quiet. And then when he leaves, they go back in and finish the job. And I talked to Wayne Chung about that, and he said it was a really intense moment because they're thinking all of this work and prep has been put into exposing this place, and it might all go downhill right here. This world may never find out about Ridglan Farms. Well, the guy goes back home, and they leave with the animals. They publish their video, and here we are today.
And later they were charged with burglary. Is that right?
That's right. It took 4 years, but the Dane County District Attorney charged 3 people, Wayne Chung and 2 others, who went in with burglary and theft. These animals are technically property under the law. They were worth, I think they said in the criminal complaint, about $1,200 each. So they were charged with trespassing or burglary for entering the place without permission, and then theft for taking the animals without permission. So that took 4 years to charge. Another 3 years before the case finally is about to go to trial. And these activists, while they're charged with crimes, felonies, in fact, they want
to catch up here. Happy to let chaos reign, Felix. Wow. Amazing. My moderators, do vegans poop, or are we known to be backed up all the time? I'm out of touch with the stereotypes. I don't know. Like, y'all don't ask me. I'm going to mod you, Joe. Let me do it. Okay. Restore order now, Joe. Joe's modded now, too. Don't you mess things up now, Joe. Don't sabotage. I'm like the vegan version of Judge Dredd. Judge, jury, and executioner. I am the law. Whoa. That's pretty intense. I don't know if I can make Steven a moderator. That's a lot of power to give to one person.
wanted the trial.
And why is that?
Oh, yeah, I was going to say.
They
most
wanted
wouldn't-
attention to this. They
Yeah.
wanted to draw attention, and they felt they had a legal argument. Their argument was that under the law, you imagine this. If a house is burning down and there's a dog inside, you don't have the owner's permission to go in, but you certainly have the right to go in and rescue that animal. No one's going to charge you with burglary for it, right? Now, could you take that animal and leave and run away? It's a different story. But their argument, their legal theory was that is a rescue that's allowed under the law. These dogs are being harmed. We're going into
It's the necessity defense that I've heard a lot about from Wayne and other lawyers.
Rescue them. Whether or not that was going to stand up in court, they wanted their moment. They wanted to put Ridglan Farms on trial. And when Ridglan Farms went to the DA and said, we're getting complaints, we're getting what they said were death threats, we just want to drop the case.
I was going to say, I don't think they would necessarily want to have all that information on public record, right?
She gets it.
Going in and all the folks at Ridglan having to testify, it just might draw more attention.
And that's, I'm sure what they looked at is it's been 7 years since this happened. Business is going about as usual.
And it was the morning that Wayne and the lawyers were going to go and argue for personhood for animals. It was that morning. We were all in our, well, we weren't yet in our suits. I was woken up by, I think, Chris Carraway yelling, "They dropped the charges." And I heard Wayne yelling, "God damn it," or something. Nobody was happy because, as Brian explained here, the dogs weren't going to get their day in court. You know, like this was about the dogs.
There, the worst thing for them is probably for this to get lots of public attention. And so they said, can you just drop the case and let's move on? Well, the animal rights activists, Wayne Chung, and a group called Dane for Dogs, who we're going to hear from later in this podcast, they said, well, we're going to turn the tables. They actually said, if the prosecutor in Dane County won't charge Ridglan Farms with animal cruelty, we're going to go around the prosecutor. And they filed a petition for the judge to directly charge Ridglan Farms with crimes by appointing a special prosecutor from somewhere else.
What does that mean when you say they appoint a special prosecutor?
So the Dane County District Attorney is the one who's responsible for determining if crimes should be charged as such, and if there's probable cause, and if they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt. The Dane County District Attorney apparently wasn't meeting with them, wouldn't listen, wouldn't do that. But there is an avenue under the law for citizens.
That's scary. To give Joe that kind of power. With great power comes great responsibility, I am told, as well as money and women. So, yeah. Money, women, men, whatever you want, I suppose.
Citizens to petition for criminal charges without the district attorney at all. So that's what Dane for Dogs and Wayne Chung did. They filed that petition, said,
Yep, you were there, Joe. Walking into the hallway as Chris walked out of his bedroom and screamed. And we still all got in our suits, didn't we? We were ready. I was like, I didn't buy this secondhand suit for nothing. I'm putting this always wearing a secondhand suit that doesn't fit right.
We'd like you to charge Ridglan Farms directly by appointing a prosecutor from somewhere else to come in and look at the evidence and determine if there should be charges. The judge held a hearing in October. It's an extraordinary hearing. Hours and hours worth of testimony. Now, it's interesting because it's a one-sided hearing. This type of hearing under the law does not involve the ability for Ridglan Farms to testify or to cross-examine. And they actually went to the Court of Appeals to try to say, hey, we should be able to give our side in this. Under this stage of things, the court said, no, you don't have a right to that. So there were whistleblowers, former employees who came and testified. And I really think that's what made this story and made this case was these whistleblowers who are former employees of Ridglan Farms, non-veterinarians, they are not licensed to do animal surgeries, came in and testified that they routinely performed these really brutal so-called cherry eye surgeries where there's beagles are prone to, I don't know if it's infection or irritation of this particular gland in the eye.
But don't forget now, remember in the last video, we saw that guy who for some reason retracted the second page of his letter. What's his name again? Let's bring him up on the screen. Here it is. Okay. East Tennessee Clinical Research. This guy, that guy there, what's his name again? Craig Reinemeyer, East Tennessee Clinical Research. Remember, he said it's not that bad. It's fine. Nothing to see here, folks. For some reason, he didn't want Brian to see that part of his letter, though. Craig, come on now.
And so they would go in and on an almost daily basis and cut that gland out. But these employees said they were instructed by these supervisors, the veterinarians at the
grateful for them. If someone was given the authority to breed, yeah, silly Craig, tricks are for kids. Come on, Craig. Always with Craig, you know. If someone was given the authority to breed humans for science, people would riot. Yeah.
facility to do this, they didn't have their own license to do these kind of surgeries, and they weren't using anesthesia. So these are painful, bloody surgeries. It was really hard to listen to some of the testimonies.
Craig said they're fine. Okay.
They described
Brian. Okay. I realize at this point, Brian had not yet seen that letter, but now I hope he goes back and apologizes for saying this.
These surgeries weren't using anesthesia. So these are painful.
Brian, not that painful, according to Craig.
Bloody surgery.
Brian, retract it. Retract it.
It was really hard to listen to some of the testimony as they described just the one wasn't in the story, but there's one of the former employees who says, when we were done, we would just put the animal back in the cage, and sometimes their partner animal would come over and just lick the blood off.
Oh.
I mean, that's how graphic this was. And they testified to this. It was after that hearing that the judge decided there was enough evidence for potential criminal charges, and she appointed La Crosse County prosecutor DA Jim Grinke, who is currently looking at the case.
You mentioned that Ridglan couldn't really present their side in this court hearing. You mentioned in your story.
Yeah, well, Ridglan had their chance, though, didn't they? And then they dropped the charges. They could have, they probably could have answered. I'm sure Brian invited them. Brian probably invited them to come and present your case on my TV station.
Though, that this is medical research and that has been useful in the past for creating drugs like insulin, not necessarily this farm, but other animal testing.
And Ridglan didn't speak to us. They have spoken to the Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection in a recorded meeting that we've listened to. They've also, Richard Van Domelen, the lead veterinarian, did recently speak at a veterinary examining board hearing. So they've given sort of made their case. And in their case, they've said this is a legal this is lawful research. The breeding of animals is legal. Research on animals.
I always think about, so Ridglan dropped the charges, thinking that this would all go away. God, I wonder what they're thinking now with all this TV coverage and to be a fly on the wall,
Is legal. They're just they know it's controversial. They said they've been targeted by activists for years, but this is the dogs they are breeding and the research they are doing, because they do some research at Ridglan, they say.
Whoa.
And the research that's
Take a seat, Craig, Joe said. Take a seat. That was some real authority right there, exhibited by Joe. Would he have the same answer if he had to endure the same procedure? Exactly. Neutering is worse. Yeah, according to Craig. Was it Craig that said that? Yeah, that was Craig. Of course it was Craig. I have no problem with animal abuse. Proceeds to intentionally hide something he claimed was no biggie as someone who's not a victim. It wasn't relevant, hyperlink. It wasn't relevant. Oh, no, Stephen. Sorry, it wasn't relevant, Stephen. Remember? There's no informed consent because the information can't be properly transmitted. Animal testing is no better than the Nazi scientists who were tried at Nuremberg. Take a seat, pal, or we're going to have to take this around the corner. Well, he ain't messing around. He ain't messing around.
It's done by the facilities they sell the dogs to. They say that helps in things like research on cardiology that is good for dogs, but also eventually potentially for humans, that it is good for cancer research. And others that are in the field of animal research have said that I think they gave the example that insulin was discovered through research on dogs. So there's certainly people who are saying that there is good reason for this, but when you talk to the people, and then when you look at some of this video, I think their biggest concern is the care of the animals, the way they're being treated on the way to have a facility that houses thousands of dogs that aren't getting daily attention. Yeah. The law requires there to be positive human contact on a daily basis. And I know Dane for Dogs did the math on this when they looked at 3,200 dogs and how many that is per day. And if you just spent 5 minutes with them per day, how many hours that would be and how many employees that would require to be able to do that. They don't have nearly that many. I think they said they have like a total of 16 employees on staff, and only a few of them are actually doing socialization with the dogs. And what that means, socialization, is another interesting question, because Ridglan Farms didn't want to answer that when DATCAP asked them about it. They said they thought it was an unfair question. So what is socialization?
Oh, Ridglan. Oh, poor Ridglan having to answer unfair questions.
Mean to you and me, I think of taking a dog on a walk, you know, getting them outside, getting some fresh air. To them, it might simply mean going to the cage, giving them a quick pet, checking them out for injuries, and then moving on.
Is anybody checking on Ridglan Farms? Like, is anybody giving them some socialization time? I feel like they are probably just spinning in circles right now, spinning, you know, around and around and around, probably to the right, you know, and I don't think anybody's checking in on them. It's inhumane.
Is that socialization under the law? That's one of the questions.
Yeah, I think that one of the most troubling parts is, I mean, and it kind of just keeps unfolding. It's like an onion, and the video from inside there, you know, you think, okay, aside from the surgeries that
Catch up here. How could I forget just the B12? Oh, yeah. 2 seconds per dog, says Joe. 2 seconds per dog. Now, let's just hope that Ridglan gets that amount of socialization. They need it. They need that 2 seconds. Gotta eat that USDA certified beef liver because everybody loves eating the junk processing organ. Miss Hoskins. Oh, God, don't bring up Miss Hoskins again. She said I'm being hyperbolic. Oh, man. I had forgotten that woman until you mentioned her. Miss Hoskins is probably still complaining about the temperature in that room. It's okay, Hyperlink. I know. There's a lot. There's a lot to cover. Well, the Drug Enforcement Agency, Veterinary Examining Board, Prosecutor's Office, Stain for Dogs, and Fox 6 are checking in on Ridglan. That's true. That's true. I'm glad you're checking in. Okay.
that these former employees said that they had to do. It's just the sheer number of animals in the cages and just, I mean, they're in there.
That noise.
That
The
stand up
sound, yeah.
you shot was with the sound, you know, because you said it's faint and then the audio and all you hear is it, and it's haunting almost.
It's constant.
Yeah.
From 500 feet away, you get there and all of a sudden there's birds chirping in the air and then you hear
Yeah.
the dogs and you can't stop hearing the dogs at
Right.
that point.
Yep.
And it's going, I don't know if it's like that 24 hours a day. It must be.
It must
They
be,
don't know if
yeah.
it's day or night. There's lights on inside. They don't have any windows.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, I hate to say it, it's like Vegas where you never know if it's day or night,
Right,
except it's
right.
not Vegas.
Yeah.
It's very different. I do know, I do want to talk about this. I want to take a break, but you know, we're talking about, this has been going on for nearly 60 years. But the heat's getting turned up on Ridglan Farms right now. State inspectors have recently been turning up the heat. And we're going to talk about some of that right after this.
Getting hot. Getting hot at Ridglan.
Welcome back to Open Record. First, a judge appoints a special prosecutor to
Sauerkraut.
consider criminal charges. Now, the State Veterinary Examining Board is turning up the heat. Brian, what is happening with that?
So there are multiple investigations going on with Ridglan Farms right now. There's the criminal investigation. There's also, in fact, we know DEA was on site, I think just a few weeks ago.
Oh, DEA is on site. So they're checking in on Ridglan, making sure they get a little bit of socialization.
We don't know why yet DEA was there, but we have received video, body camera video showing them donning their hazmat suits and the whole thing as they were on site. But the Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection is responsible for inspecting dog breeding facilities in Wisconsin. USDA does inspections of research facilities. So they've both been doing inspections. We know that last year, even with all the attention that was being focused on Ridglan Farms, inspections by DATCAP twice found possible violations. They found problems with drainage of the dog waste that literally falls through the cage, that it was stagnant in some areas, creating obviously a terrible smell, but other hazards. They found injuries to some of the dogs, like their paws were showing injuries that might have been related to the surface that they're walking on that hadn't been logged in any other records by Ridglan Farms. And they found that the dogs weren't necessarily getting that daily positive human contact. And that led to the back and forth between the two sides in a meeting in December over, I think DATCAP's inspector asked, what do you think is appropriate socialization? And Ridglan Farms responded,
Oh, good. Wait. We're going to find out what Ridglan Farms thinks is good socialization. Hang on. Let me back up.
What do you think is appropriate socialization? And Ridglan Farms responded, "That's an unfair question. You need to tell."
Oh, damn. So I forgot. I feel bad. Like, it's unfair. It's just unfair. These are unfair questions for Ridglan Farms. God, poor Ridglan. Everybody asking them questions. Like, come on, guys.
Tell us what you think it is before we'll answer. It was a really remarkable conversation. You need to tell us what you think it is before we'll answer. It was
we need. Is that? It's like we're in an alternate world. Like, this is a real thing that happened.
a really remarkable. That's an unfair question. You need to tell us what you think it is before we'll answer. It was a really remarkable conversation. So those investigations are all going on, and the Veterinary Examining Board is investigating the licenses of Dr. Richard Van Dommelen and 2 other veterinarians there. Those investigations are all ongoing as well.
Did we learn anything interesting from former or current employees? Did they speak at all in those hearings?
They didn't talk to Fox 6. I did reach out to one of the ones who testified. His name is Matthew Reich, and what he told me was what he testified to in court is what he wants to leave for the record for now. We did not know about the 8 other employees.
And, I wonder if it's this hard to get information out of the whistleblowers, out of, the activists, thing for dogs. I mean, we saw Amy on the program. I know Rebecca's going to be on this one. Wayne has talked to you. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know why Ridglan's so hesitant to speak.
Until recently that the Veterinary Examining Board had talked to. They interviewed 8 current employees of Ridglan Farms, and each of those 8 employees added further detail to those cherry eye surgeries that are still being done to this day. Now, we talked in the story about another really graphic and heartbreaking procedure, devocalization, where they go in and they literally cut out a dog's.
I get it now. See, they were devocalized. I think that's what it is. That's what it is. Ridglan got devocalized. They can't speak. They can't speak. Do you think they devocalized themselves? Maybe they did that to the employees. They were like, Ridglan, whatever, dude. There's a reporter calling, and he wants to ask us some questions. They said, "Oh, okay." And they got this little knife thing, or however they do the devocalization. They were like, "Yeah, step into this room right."
Vocal cords so they can't make so much noise. A customer who buys them for a lab experiment maybe doesn't want the barking going on all day. These employees talked about doing those surgeries, those removals without any anesthesia, just holding a dog down. I think they said they would give them a paralytic agent that would, essentially force them to, they wouldn't have to hold them down any further.
I've seen horror movies like this, like, have y'all seen like Wolf Creek? There's a scene where he stabs someone in the back so they're paralyzed so that he can do anything he wants to them. And that was similar to what we just heard. I watched this movie called Martyrs the other day. Like, everything he's describing is reminding me of these horrific horror movies. Like the most gruesome horror movies that I've ever seen are all things I'm being reminded of when they just describe Ridglan Farms.
But they weren't giving them pain relief. It does say in the records we've seen, Ridglan is claiming they haven't done.
Maybe Ridglan's nictitating membrane in their eyes was removed using scissors without anesthesia, and now they can't see all the haters. I'm glad you included that that little frowny face, because that's how I feel too for them. I feel that way. Yeah, they have their vocal cords removed. Yeah. We're going to get another answer from Ridglan here.
And those pain relief essentially force them to, they wouldn't have to hold them down any further, but they weren't giving them pain relief. It does say in the records we've seen, Ridglan is claiming they haven't done those surgeries since 2018.
Oh, okay. Wow. Okay.
But these employees that talked to the veterinary examining board investigator said they've been doing these cherry eye surgeries right up until this day. They've been doing them, and again.
Oh, damn it! Oh, those damn whistleblowers that they didn't devocalize. Damn it! You let a few slip through the cracks, eh, Ridglan?
And these are employees of the facility who are not licensed veterinarians doing intricate surgical procedures on the eye gland of an animal.
Where, man, I just have so many questions. Can we just back up 1 second? So where
See what happens when reporters start learning about what happens in these places. They react to it. They find it interesting. They want to report more. They want to do hour-long podcasts about it. They have a ton of questions. If only other media sources would have the balls that Brian had to cover the story. And then you might have like people sitting in a room that are really interested in what's going on in these places. It'd be nice if some of my old friends that I've reached out to at NPR with some of this information would respond to me and say, yeah, actually, we would like to cover this. Yeah, maybe you'd have like a good program that people want to listen to because you're actually telling them something that is of value to them. Like they might learn something other than hearing about like, oh, this happened at the Oscars yesterday. Who gives a shit what happened at the Oscars yesterday? Maybe you should give people some information that they could use, right?
do these dogs, where are they coming from and how do they get to Ridglan?
So Ridglan is breeding them. I mean, they're doing the
Okay,
breeding of
yeah.
the animals there.
Okay,
They have, you know, they have whelping rooms and they have all these other, so
Yeah.
they're breeding the animals there. The
Okay.
question really, I think, is where they're going.
Where they go next.
Where do they go
yeah.
after? And we
Yeah.
don't know because, I
What's
mean,
up, a
Ridglan
vegan
Farms is a
world? I'm sorry. I pause a lot. I'm just behind on the comments here. This is horrible, Mary. It's very horrible. Yeah. Anytime a sentient life is viewed as an object, there will be problems. I agree. And nice to see you, vegan world. I hope that your name is what we see very soon.
private business.
Yep.
And so they don't report where they sell or who they sell their dogs to or where. What we do know is Dane County has become this like hotbed.
Oh, wait,
of
wait,
sell their dogs
wait.
to or where, which is a private business.
Yep.
And so they don't report where they sell or who they sell their dogs to or where.
Wait, if y'all are late to the stream, here's one. They sell to East Tennessee Clinical Research, and here's a list. There's the top 10. Take a gander. These are the top 10 buyers of Ridglan Farms. NASCO, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin, TRS Lab, Athens, Georgia. This is from 2019 and 2020. Chicago, Illinois, New Jersey, Iowa, Germany, Michigan, Wisconsin, Tennessee, and Toronto, Canada. So there's the top 10. I don't know why Fox has not released the entire list, but they haven't done that. I would like to see the entire list and put that up on this screen. But in any case, that's the list as of now that we have.
What we do know is Dane County has become this like hotbed of animal research and dog research in particular. You have on the one hand, Ridglan Farms that's breeding all these animals and doing some of the research themselves. And then you have the university system. They don't use very many dogs anymore. I think the 2023 report.
And the universities are who are not on that list. But you can be damn sure there's a ton of universities on there. Oh yeah, higher learning, universities, one in everybody's area.
Report I saw from USDA showed maybe around 60 or 70 dogs at UW-Madison. But the really big a dog research,
just 60, 70 dogs at UW-Madison.
Researcher in that area is LabCorp. It's a private company that is essentially a lab for hire, and drug companies will hire them to do research. And according,
do you think like these universities, these companies are proud to have bought from Ridglan, like East Tennessee Clinical Research guy? Like, do you think they'd like to go on the record? You know, here's a call to any of the universities who have purchased from Ridglan Farms or any of the businesses that have purchased from Ridglan Farms. You should let us know because like just like the Eastern Tennessee, whatever the fuck his name was, Craig, he was very proud of it. So if you guys are proud of it, you should announce yourselves and let us know that you purchased dogs from Ridglan Farms.
According to their USDA report, I think they have
Where,
something like
like, with
4,000 dogs in there.
Sorry, what?
According to their drug companies will hire them to do research. And according to their USDA report, I think they have something like 4,000 dogs in their possession, and 2,700 or so of them have been used in.
Who was that? Let's get it again.
Researcher in that dogs at UW-Madison. But the really big and a dog researcher in that area is LabCorp. It's a private company that is essentially a lab for hire, and drug companies will hire them to do research. And
LabCorp, I guess, in Wisconsin.
According to their USDA report, I think they have something like 4,000 dogs in their possession, and 2,700 or so of them have been used in experiments, some of them painful experiments. LabCorp did not respond to my request for a comment other than with a one.
Oh, damn it. Did LabCorp also get devocalized? This is so sad. Oh, guys, this is so sad.
Paragraph statement that assured us that their treatment of animals is ethical, and that the work they are doing is beneficial to research that helps humans.
Okay. Well, that group's fine then. LabCorp, don't worry about. LabCorp's fine. They treat their dogs well, and they benefit humans, so it's all good.
But they wouldn't talk otherwise. So we don't know if LabCorp's dogs are coming from Ridglan, if they're coming from another major beagle breeder called Marshall. We don't know where they're coming from exactly. We do know there's a lot of them being bred in Dane County, and a lot of them.
Yeah, once again, Marshall Bioresources in New York State is a much larger breeder of dogs than Ridglan. So all this attention right now on Ridglan, there's an even bigger player called Marshall Bioresources that for some reason is just being allowed to fly under the radar. Despite all the attention on Ridglan, Marshall's just coasting. Yeah.
Them ending up in research in Dane County.
Why beagles?
They're docile. They're sweet.
Yeah, you mentioned
animals.
I wonder, I saw this shared by Fox New York. Fox New York picked up the first story that Milwaukee did. I wonder if any reporters in New York are interested in Marshall Bioresources, which is right in their backyard. Be interesting, right? It would be interesting if a reporter did the kind of work that Brian's doing and reported on Marshall Bioresources. Gee, I wonder, here's another thought. I'm just spitballing here, guys. I wonder if there's any significant news agencies in the state of New York, can y'all think of any? Are there any good newspapers or TV stations that are based in New York? I can't think of any, guys. New York State, it's just like a news desert there, right? Definitely no legacy media where they have award-winning journalists or anybody like that, right? Not in New York.
For the vocal cord surgery, they must be a good patient.
And when I say that, it sounds like, well, Brian, is that your impression? Is that
NPR in New York was unwilling to talk about Marshall when we pitched them because the issue was too complicated. Oh, that's sad. Was it, Joe? Was it too complicated for NPR? Yeah. What they're doing right now, what Brian's doing here on this TV station is essentially a NPR format. He's sitting with two other reporters with a microphone. This could easily be on the radio. This could easily be an NPR program. But that's too tough for NPR in New York State, apparently. Yeah. Yeah, so we can't count on NPR. I wonder if there's any other media in New York that could take this on. But I can't think of any newspapers in New York State. I just can't. I can't.
Your opinion? No, this is actually stuff that's been documented for years.
Yeah.
We talked in our story about way back
That
to
was
the
fascinating.
1950s and 60s.
Totally. Yeah.
And the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission was doing a lot of radiation.
I just want to repeat that just to throw more shade on NPR, because fuck you. NPR in New York, Joe says, was passing on talking about Marshall bioresources because it was too complicated. You know what? I heard this from someone when I pitched a story to them. They said, our listeners can't handle this. I was talking about the pigs in Eastern North Carolina, and I had watched, Dominion at that time, and I had heard pigs in gas chambers screaming. And I said to myself, this is very compelling audio. I was thinking, what would work on radio? What would be really interesting for someone to hear? They call this a driveway moment. In radio land, it's called a driveway moment, where something is so compelling that you sit in your vehicle, you don't want to get out of the car. And I thought to myself, pigs in gas chambers, if I have ever heard a driveway moment before, that would be a driveway moment like crazy. And I still remember this. This is a friend of mine told me this, and I respect this person a lot. So I was disappointed in this response from them. This is someone I really like and care about. And they said, our listeners can't handle that. And I will never forget that, because I also was taught from George Scheibner, the guy who taught me radio, that the thing about NPR listeners, and I carried this with me for my entire 15-year career in public radio. He said, the thing about NPR listeners, they're intelligent, they're curious, they want to know. And George is right. NPR listeners want the truth. George was right. Unfortunately, my other friend was wrong. Our listeners can handle it. NPR in New York should be giving people the facts. And if they want to turn their radio off because it's complicated, or if the reporters are too lazy that they can't do the story like Brian here, somehow Brian managed to piece it all together. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Doesn't seem that complicated to me, but, obviously there's a lot of moving pieces, but Brian seemed to do it. Maybe NPR New York could contact Brian Polson and ask him, yeah, this whole reporting thing that you're doing, how do you do it? It's tough, this whole reporting thing, like we have people that we call reporters, but they can't report. We don't expect them to report. Give Brian a call. He's on vacation. How do we let Brian go on vacation to Florida? How do you do it? Exactly. Good night, Mary. Got to catch up on other news. I understand, Mary, but I'll be playing Cyberpunk later, so you come back, okay? If I don't see you in that stream later, I think I might play. You refresh your YouTube till you get the notification that says Jeremy's on. All right. Have a good night, Mary.
Experiments. They commissioned a book. They funded the publication of a book all about why beagles make great research animals. And one of the things they said in there is that it's their short hair or medium hair, their medium size, and most of all, their temperament. They're non-aggressive.
Sorry to keep on harping on NPR, but apparently there's books you can read if you want to learn about this. Like NPR listeners love books, right? Don't NPR people love to read? So there's books about it. It shouldn't be that complicated if you can read a book, right?
Won't fight back. So you can do a lot to a beagle and they won't bite you. They won't bite the researcher. They won't get aggressive. So their very vulnerability is why they've made such great research models, according to the things we've read.
So we're all used to this very divided political landscape right now. Not a lot of issues will unite liberal activists and conservatives, but this is one of them.
It is. It's one of the things I found really fascinating, because as all this stuff is going on in Wisconsin about Ridglan, there were hearings in Washington, in Congress. A congressional committee held a hearing all about funding for animal research. And there are conservative groups, fiscal conservative groups that are anti-animal.
Lauren Boebert was at this hearing, talking like an animal rights activist. Lauren Boebert.
Testing that have been, in one of them in particular, the White Coat Waste Project. You may remember here in Wisconsin, there was controversy 7 or 8 years ago about the Zablocki VA Medical Center was tied to research on beagles, very painful graphic research on beagles. And then they ended that afterwards. It was White Coat Waste Project that exposed that research through open records requests. White Coat Waste recently testified in Washington, saying that they have proposed to DOJ which is going around cutting all this money, right? They've proposed $20 billion in cuts in animal research.
Yeah, if Elon Musk wants to cut something wasteful, he could start with the labs and also the farm subsidies. Let's see if they actually give a shit about what they're really talking about. So far, White Coat Waste has had some success in getting some of these labs closed, from what I understand. If their Facebook page is to be believed, kudos to White Coat Waste. They are kicking ass. Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's great. And Elon, I'm sure you're a fan of my program. Obviously, I'm a huge fan of yours. I love you, Elon. You're just such a great Nazi. But if you wanted to actually cut something that would really take a dent out of the budget, maybe start with the billions and billions that you send to farmers to cull their animals because they got bird flu. Yeah.
Particularly because of this kind of research.
Take your chainsaw to that.
On dogs and cats. So you have these conservative groups that are aligned
Elon
with
Musk.
otherwise maybe traditionally more liberal activist groups, and they have the same goal in mind, and that is to end experimentation on animals.
Are there alternatives to using animals when it comes to testing?
There are some, but I it sounds to me from the people I've talked to like that stuff that's still in development. There is technology called organ on a chip, as an example, where they can actually take a chip and mimic human organs.
And you see what happened. So this was like a month ago, and then he talked to Amy like a few days ago or a week ago or something. And now his knowledge is expanding. Amazing how that happens, right? So now he's learning from Amy and other experts just how viable this stuff is. So it sounds like month and a half ago, he didn't really know. Amazing. Like a reporter learning facts and expanding their knowledge.
And do experiments to that chip to try to determine how maybe a drug or a
Am
therapy.
I being a little too sarcastic? Someone told me that sarcasm is my love language. And I don't disagree, but maybe I'm overdoing it. Why suggest other animals? Did they do that? Sorry, I didn't hear that part.
Will work. Others say that it's just that science isn't there yet. It needs investment. It needs development. But there are certainly people who say that if the investment, if the money shifts over to that sort of thing and away from animal research, they would like to see that because they think that they want, that this is an old technology that ought to go away. One of the things we heard repeatedly was that animal research in particular is not particularly reliable for developing new human biologics or therapies. 95% of the tests that are done on animals do not lead to any sort of human biologic or
Well, it's a great thing we're doing it then. I mean, yeah. Good thing we're torturing billions of animals for something that's less than 5% effective.
Or medication or surgical procedure or anything that could help. So there's a lot of what they would say is wasted money on that research.
We're hearing a lot in the news lately about federal cuts in what Doge is doing.
Yeah.
Would Doge target this area?
Well, that's certainly what White Coat Waste Project and some of these others want to see. They would like to see the government cut that funding. And I think certainly a lot of these groups would say, if you cut off the money supply, you cut off the need for breeders like Ridglan Farms. That's what I think where the alignment really comes in is if you cut funding on one hand, you may cut the need for those animals. But a lot remains to be seen on that. I do want to bring, we've got a guest from Dane for Dogs. Rebecca Robinson is the president of Dane for Dogs, and they have been involved in this fight now for 7 or 8 years. We're going to bring her in and talk to her more about all of this right after the break. And we are back on Open Record, and we have a special guest joining us today is Rebecca Robinson with Dane.
Yay, Rebecca. You kick ass. Rebecca's a hero. Sorry, John Curtin. She is a hero. She's a hero. Well, I wonder why none of these Ridglan people will come on the program. It just seems to be all the activists and those people who really want to talk. I don't get it. Ridglan really wants to make their case, don't they?
For Dogs, Rebecca, thank you for being here on Open Record.
Thank you for having me.
So you've heard us talking for the last 20 or so minutes, but I want to take a step back and just ask, what is Dane for Dogs? How did it get started?
Yeah, Dane for Dogs is a nonprofit based out of Dane County, Wisconsin.
Real quick, so we shouted out the Marty Project before. Similarly, if you are on Facebook or Instagram or whatever social media, follow Dane for Dogs. The Marty Project and Dane for Dogs. Because they are kicking ass. Are they not kicking ass? Coming on these programs, they're getting the media involved. Like, someone's doing that work. Like, you know, this didn't just happen. Someone really got this Brian guy interested.
Our mission is to end the breeding, sale, and use of dogs and cats for painful and distressing experimentation.
Why is Dane County? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Oh, yeah. How it formed. Go ahead. I'll let you
Yeah,
finish
I was
that.
just going to say how we formed was we learned about what was happening at Ridglan Farms after the DXE activists went into Ridglan Farms and rescued the 3 dogs. And so
that was Wayne Chung, Paul Darwin Picklesheimer, and Eva Hamer was a charged party in that case, although Eva Hamer was not inside the facility, as I came to learn. They just misidentified her. But anyway, she was one of the defendants in the Ridglan case. So, yeah, great work, DXE activists. If you're not following direct action everywhere, it goes without saying, but y'all hear that from me plenty. So follow DXE.
So we were just a group of local friends who decided to get together and figured we should try and do something about this.
Why do you think that Dane County is a hotbed for these dog breeding facilities?
That's a good question.
It's such a great question.
That is a good question, because actually this area is like, if you watch the failed experiment, the PETA documentary, if you read about, like, you know, the animal rights history, this region of the country comes up a lot.
And I've asked myself that so many times. The only thing that I can think is that there's just a self-licking ice cream cone situation going on here, where the breeders are here, the experimenters are here, and they just kind of rotate dogs as necessary.
You know, from the very beginning of this, one of the things I've wondered is, we know there's these thousands of dogs at Ridglan Farms. We know there's private laboratories in Dane County. We know that there is the university. Do we know for sure that that's where the dogs are going? Do we have any idea? Do you have any idea where these dogs are going from Ridglan Farms? Where are they selling their dogs?
We do have a buyer's list, and we're going to be releasing that soon. And our plan is actually for this summer. If those buyers have not yet dropped Ridglan Farms, and if Ridglan Farms is still in business, you will start to see protests across the country at some of these businesses.
So we know this open rescue happened in 2017. What has your organization been doing in the years since then?
We started.
Okay, so they're in possession of the buyer's list, which is now in the hands of Fox 6 Milwaukee, who knows all of them, and they put out the top 10. Why they didn't share all of the buyers, I don't know, but it sounds like there's some strategy going on. Yeah, I just wanted to point out this vivisector. We were talking about John Gluck, right? And he actually worked in Harry Harlow, that's his name, Harry Harlow's lab. Yeah. Share this. So Harry Harlow was this infamous guy who was testing on animals at UW-Madison. Harlow's experiments were ethically controversial. They included creating inanimate wire and wood surrogate mothers for rhesus monkey infants. Just some of the most horrific things. Look at this. Monkey clinging to the cloth mother surrogate in fear test. So yeah, that guy. Yeah, John worked in his lab. So yeah, he was a really fascinating person to talk to. What a guy, right? What a guy. What a guy. All right.
With a ballot initiative in Mount Horeb to try and shut down Ridglan Farms. Unfortunately, that did not succeed. It was kind of a...
Let's see. All right, catch up on some comments here. Hyperlink. Props to Fox for actually covering some pressing news. Indeed. And just to be clear, this isn't Fox News. This is Fox 6 Milwaukee. Very different. Obviously owned by the same overlord and master, Rupert Murdoch of News Corporation. However, I don't believe that Rupert extends as much control over the local TV stations. And so, yeah, you actually get some good reporting. Isn't it funny? So like the stock market crashed today, right? I don't know because I don't watch Fox News, but someone wrote on Facebook today that Fox News took their stock ticker off of their channel, which is always up there. So Fox News is trying to bury the story that everybody's going broke. And so like today when I was looking at like various news sources, everything was about how badly the stock market had crashed. And just for shits and giggles, I went to foxnews.com just out of curiosity, and there was nothing to be seen about the stock market. In fact, the top story was about something like some pro-life demonstrator was attacked. Yeah, sure. Fox News, yeah. Aren't you just the best? Just yeah, I wonder how long you can keep it from people that they have no money left. We'll just see how long that lasts. We have scruples as long as it doesn't involve Rebecca. Yeah. 5D Joe. Thank you so much, Harry Harlow. If you scare the frick out of baby monkeys and take away everyone they love, they cling to metal figurines who are reminiscent of their loved ones. Now we know. I know. That's something that I wondered about a lot too. I'm glad you also see the value in that study, Joe. Yeah, it was eating away at me, honestly. I was just thinking, like, what if you just took away all the loved ones from a monkey and you put a cardboard wooden whatever thing there that looks like their mom? That's the question that I was thinking about for a long time. Yeah, I think that's the answer we all wanted.
David and Goliath situation where, again, we were just a small ragtag group of friends taking on a multi-million-dollar industry. And then we started.
Sorry, I interrupt so much, but it just tickles me that all the confidence are the people that are these activists with like very little money, very little resources, and everybody's on the program just very openly talking about what happened. And it's the multi-million-dollar industry that's running scared and canceling at the last minute. Brian, I can't come on your program because an activist on there said something that I disagreed with. Sending Brian emails. Like, no, I can't come on that show. But what would Rebecca say about this? Sorry, if you missed that, it was in one of his last news reports that Ridglan was gonna be on here, but then yeah, Rebecca said something mean. Wait, I think you said that. Yeah. Joe said it. Ridglan was going to join the program, but then they heard Rebecca and said they heard the podcast and decided, nah, we're not doing that podcast. Yes. That's what happened. Thank you, Joe. Which answers the age-old question, what if you take away everything? Do you think that Ridglan felt the same way? That everything they knew had been taken away from them? Everyone they loved doesn't want to talk to them anymore because they learned that they're like mutilating beagles. Like, imagine who would, like, it must be so shameful, like, even on a personal level. Like, they probably don't tell, like, all their friends, like, what they do for a living, and now it's, like, out in the open.
And moved into Spring Green, where there was another research puppy mill going in. The residents there asked us for help. After that, we started moving towards ballot initiatives and passing legislation as these communities saw what was going on. The neighboring communities saw Spring Green get sued for denying a conditional use permit for a research puppy mill. So Richland Center was actually the first city in the country to pass a complete ban on dog and cat experimentation. And so that was really groundbreaking. Since then, we've passed 5 more in cities around
I didn't know
Wisconsin.
that.
We
I
also
didn't know
helped
that.
adopt out 6 in Vigo beagles.
See, these podcasts are great. They're like, I'm learning a lot from these podcasts.
When in Vigo was shut down in 2022. And then, of course, we've been busy with the special prosecutor and the vet board and the DATCAP inspections.
So in Vigo was a facility we didn't talk about in our main story, but it was in Virginia, and the U.S. Department of Justice investigated there. Ended up, I think there was like a $35 million fine. Correct me if I'm wrong. And ultimately they shut down. Those beagles were adopted out. Do you see any similarities, differences? What can you tell me about in Vigo versus Ridglan Farms?
Ridglan Farms is undoubtedly worse. The conditions at Envigo were bad, but at least those dogs were on solid flooring and they had access to the outdoors. So they could see outside, they could actually get fresh air. They were also housed in large groups of dogs. The dogs at Ridglan Farms are kept in tiny cages, stacked on top of each other. They never get outside. They never get sunlight. It's really horrific conditions at Ridglan Farms, even before you take into consideration the whistleblower testimony about the cherry eye surgery without pain relief, the devocalization, and then the recent employees coming forward and saying they're also doing dental extractions without pain relief.
What you mentioned it a little bit earlier. Talk about the petition that you guys did for the special prosecutor.
So Wayne Shung, who was one of the activists in 2017 who entered Ridglan Farms and rescued those 3 dogs, he approached Dane for Dogs and said, hey, let's try this kind of groundbreaking petition for a special prosecutor. And so he put us in contact with the Animal Activist Legal Defense Project. We brought in our partners Alliance for Animals as well, and the 4 organizations.
Another group that
Petition
everybody should be following is the Animal Activist Legal Defense Fund, the University of Denver. They have a social media. It's AALDP, I believe. Definitely follow them because, yeah, they're this small group of people doing incredible work, incredibly big things.
Special prosecutor. And so he put us in contact with the Animal Activist Legal Defense Project. We brought in our partners Alliance for Animals as well. And the 4 organizations got together and put together this petition for a special prosecutor, essentially saying that Dane County District Attorney Ozon has failed to prosecute animal cruelty. We have provided him with so much evidence over the years of the animal cruelty that's happening at Ridglan Farms. He has failed to prosecute.
That guy should be fired. He should be out. Out. That just complete like dereliction of duty, right? Yeah.
We need the government to step in and appoint a special prosecutor who will actually
Thank you,
investigate
Joe.
and potentially prosecute Ridglan Farms.
When I interviewed Wayne for this story, he said that was like, I mean, he didn't use the term Hail Mary, but I got the sense like this was a last ditch effort. This was a shot because you had the criminal case against Wayne and his colleagues that was essentially going to be the arena. Even though they were the defendants, they really wanted this to go forward so that this could be brought into the public light. Then Ridglan Farms backs out and says, just drop the case. We want it to go away. And Wayne and Dane for Dogs decides to go this route. Did you expect it to have the success that it's had? Or was this like, it's the last thing we can try?
We have definitely tried so many things before this, but I was optimistic. I felt like our case was so strong. I had met Matt Reich, one of the former employees of Ridglan Farms, back in 2018. We had had a meeting and he had told me the exact same story that he told on the stand now. At the time, he was too worried to come forward and asked me to keep his story confidential, so we did. But I knew that if he would be willing to come forward, we could have a really strong case. And then, of course, we also had Scott Gilbertson, who was willing to come forward and testify as well. Those 2 whistleblowers talking about what they had seen directly under oath, testifying what they had done, what they had seen, and what they had witnessed. It was incredibly powerful. And I thought, you know, that combined with the DATCAP inspection reports that showed repeated violations over the years, as well as the footage from the activists in 2017, I thought this was an incredibly strong case. And it seemed very likely to me that a reasonable judge would decide to appoint a special prosecutor, as Judge Lamford did.
You know,
Yeah. So, I was less confident just because it required a reasonable judge, and they got one. They got one. They got a thinking feeling individual that could make a judgment. And for some reason, that's a rare thing.
Rebecca, you touched on local ordinances earlier. Are you aware of anything going on the state level, any state legislation?
We've had state legislators reach out because they are very concerned about what they're seeing and what they're hearing about what's happening at Ridglan Farms. So yes, we are working with a bipartisan group of state legislators on potential state legislation.
You were talking about those whistleblowers that came forward and they testified. It was an extraordinary hearing to hear them give that level of detail. And when I step back and I think about this, this has been going on there for decades. This isn't actually anything new, except for the fact that nobody could see what was going on inside. So Wayne goes in with direct action everywhere and they get this video. And it's the first time you can see inside this facility, the stacks of cages and the way the animals are sort of barking in that sort of desperate, just deafeningly loud. But then even in that video, you still can't see what's being done to the dogs other than the being kept in cages in, false light without windows.
But you can see Julie spinning around and all the other dogs spinning and spinning and spinning. And that has been some of the most compelling footage that has really upset people because they can see that that's not right, that dogs don't do that normally. And there's something terribly wrong in this picture,
which is hard enough to see in its own. But then they speak to these surgeries that none of us can see. And can you talk about sort of the brutality of what they described?
It's incredibly cruel. It's cruel not just to the dogs, but it's also cruel to ask the employees or expect them to do this. These are hourly wage workers. And when your boss is telling you this is how it's done, you listen and you go and do that, right? And we've seen this happen time and time again at Ridglan Farms, where the authority figures are telling these employees, this is what you do, whether it's cherry eye surgery, whether it's devocalization, whether it's dental extractions. And what these employees are going through, I mean, Matt Reich has testified he's had nightmares. He's really had a lot of struggles based on what he saw and experienced there. He was there for 5 years. And oftentimes these employees go into this situation not knowing. They don't know what's going on in there any more than we would know what's going on in there. And so they find themselves in this situation. They don't want to leave these dogs alone without the, at least the comfort and the care that they are trying to provide. So they really find themselves stuck in a tough situation, and we have a lot of compassion for them.
The number one question we got from viewers who watched this story, we put up a QR code, said, if you have a question, let us know. We got a lot of comments. We got some questions, but the number one question was, what can we do? What can I do to help in this situation? From your organization's perspective, what do you say to those viewers who feel like they want to do something?
Go to our website, go to danefordogs.org, sign up to join our mailing list. On our website, we also have a tab called Action, where you can take action. We have a list of things that we're asking people to do. You can also follow us on Facebook, and we will continually keep you informed as the story changes.
Rebecca, when I think about animal research, I think about rats, I think about mice. Why did you choose to focus solely on dogs?
Let's make sure that people have that. Is that on there? Wait, hang on. Oh, that didn't do a link. Let me get it. We gotta follow what Rebecca said. Sign up for her mailing list. Okay, there it is. There it is. Sign up for the mailing list and follow them on social media so that you are staying up to date. Just in case I, am in the middle of a 25-hour cyberpunk stream trying to break Cory Booker's record as the most impressive feat that a vegan has ever done, I might be too busy playing cyberpunk, and it might go unseen if there's some major breaking update. So you guys need to be following Dane for Dogs and Marty Project.
We as a society love our dogs. There are dog parks. There aren't mice parks, right? So as a society, I think people who own dogs, who love dogs, who care for dogs, who bring them into their family, they understand these are sentient beings. These are animals with personalities and who we love and we bring into our families. And so we believe that society is ready for this.
You have said you see parallels between the way dogs are treated and other animals as well, though. Is that right?
Yes. So Dane for Dogs focuses on dogs and cats because that's where we believe society is at. But of course, the arguments against
thank you,
dog and
Joe.
cat experimentation apply across species.
Follow Joe's link, not my link. Wait, I lost it. Oh, God. Technology, you know.
How do you feel about the technology that we're hearing is out there in terms of, organ on a chip or other things? Did you feel like the science is there to get beyond animal research?
I think the science is incredibly important in terms of having replacements, but I think it's also important to recognize that, again, we as a society have determined there are limits on what we are willing to do. We don't experiment on non-consenting humans. We don't experiment on children. There are limits. Even if we could push science incredibly forward, there are ethical limits that we as a society have agreed to. And so I think when we start to talk about what we're willing to do, a lot of times you'll hear animal experimenters say that this is a necessary evil. And I think it's important to recognize that we choose. We are making a choice as a society about what we're willing to accept and what we aren't. So the alternatives are important. I'll leave that to the scientists to determine whether they can replace.
Such a good answer, Rebecca. God damn. Flawless interviewing. She is good. Even saying, like, being not a scientist, like we'll leave that to the scientists, and then they got Amy next week or later. Just good.
The animal models are not, but
5-star review.
I'll leave that to the scientists to determine whether they can replace the animal models or not. But what I would say is that even if the science and the replacement technology isn't completely up to par, I think we should still examine this from an ethical perspective, as well as from the realistic perspective that the animal models are not particularly effective anyways. It's not like we have this fantastic gold standard that is giving us really useful data. We have a limited model in terms of dogs that are being used that's not providing us with great data anyways. So I think it's important to weigh the pros and cons, but ultimately at the end of the day, it is an ethical issue. And we as a society get to decide if this is something we want to allow or not.
You have so many of these investigations that are ongoing right now. There's the DATCAP investigation, there's the Veterinary Board investigation, there's the criminal investigation. With all of that, what do you think is the next shoe to drop here?
We don't have a good feel on the timelines for any of these. A lot of this is unprecedented. So as far as I know, the special prosecutor timeline, that's really up to DA Grimke. I don't think there's any in terms of like statutory limitations on when it has to be done by. I do know that he is looking into it. He appears to be motivated, and I believe he's building a strong case. So that's important, and we don't want to rush him. He should take his time. He's going up against a multi-billion-dollar industry, really. So that's important. And as far as DATCAP regulatory compliance and then the vet board, again, we're expecting these meetings to continue, but we don't have determinate timelines.
Rebecca?
Yeah, he's the special prosecutor should get it right, but let's hope it doesn't take too long because lives are on the line. There are dogs in these places right now. There are dogs in Ridglan right now suffering.
Robinson, Dane for Dogs, thank you so much for being a guest here on Open Record.
Rebecca.
Thank you.
Wow.
And we will go off the record when we come right back.
Now I know not to be too excited about off the record. This is a 10-minute one, though.
And it is time for us to go off the record. This is the part of the podcast where we get a little more casual.
Although we did learn that he was going on vacation from the last off the record, which was important information. It was distressing information, but we did learn.
Have a little fun by answering a question or two that Sarah has that we know nothing about. So tell us, Sarah, what do you have in store this week?
What you got, Sarah?
May cause me to gag a little bit.
That's a great tease. Well, I'm excited now. Okay.
There's a dentist who he's saying that, well, I guess maybe I'll just start with the question. How often do you replace your toothbrush?
Oh, that is a good question.
Well, I thought my dentist told me you only have to do it like every 6 months or so, unless you get sick. So
that is the next step of my question.
Okay, well, before you go there, it's funny because I was one of those bad people. I would have a toothbrush for like 2 years.
No.
But
Ryan.
wait, then I got one of
The
those.
bristles are all like this.
Then I got
like,
no. My sons used to be like that because when he was young, he would just like.
Oh, that's
open
what
his
all
mouth
of our
and
toothbrushes
just
are
and
like
they
that.
were
and you would
smashed.
flat.
Yeah, no.
Or you would just like
But
chew on it.
I ended up getting one of those the Sonic toothbrushes.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I have one
and
of
so they like gives you like a when it's time, then it gives you a little notice.
You know, I'm a real big fan of the water pick. That's how you get, you know, the gums real cleaned. I know y'all came to me for that, but yeah.
Then it's time to replace the.
Okay.
I go a little longer than that because I think they're just trying to sell more.
Wait, what's the
So-
notice? Because I have a Sonic toothbrush. and
It'll,
it doesn't
it'll beep and there's a light that says like and it's got a picture of a.
He has the next-
toothbrush
Oh,
head
you
and
have
then
a
it's
you have
time.
a high-tech one. Mine's
I
an
got-
old Sonic
yeah,
toothbrush.
I got one of the high tech newer, state of the art.
That's a
but
As Paul F. Tompkins said, I started watching it. Listen to me closely, guys. You got to take care of your gums. That's where it all goes wrong. The gums.
I always feel like they set that at a time when they want it's too early and they want to sell more toothbrushes.
Yeah.
So I let it go a little longer.
Right.
sometimes.
I mean, as long as you're keeping it in like a
See, the momentum of this live stream has dwindled to some extent.
sanitary place and not.
I know
not getting dropped
Jedi's
on the floor
upset.
with your
I
friends.
know. I know you're ready for Cyberpunk, Jedi. I'm ready for Cyberpunk. Joe loves turtles. I know what's on everybody's minds right now. I understand. Mary's watching Rachel Maddow. But yeah, you know, I figured we'd bring this to an end. This whole video is.
Okay,
Let me make sure that y'all get
that was the story they were talking about. Even though it says there's a very low risk of a person reinfecting themselves, it wouldn't hurt to toss it out. I don't know.
Wouldn't hurt.
I got
is
this
different
advice.
from-
There's the link to the video we're watching right now. Please go to that video and like it and let Fox 6 Milwaukee know how much you appreciate their coverage of the Ridglan Farms fiasco. We're going to call it a fiasco, okay? And yeah, please just thank them for Brian's great work here. And these hosts, these co-hosts, they ask good questions. This is really fantastic. And yeah, like we said earlier, it's very reminiscent of like an NPR type kind of podcast thing that for some reason NPR is incapable of.
Like as recently as last month, they were
Okay.
saying you should just switch it when you get.
I have
better.
never thrown
The
mine out.
doctor's
I mean,
office.
I am an
I'm
old
gonna
woman
reward
at this
you
point,
soon,
and I have
okay?
never thrown my toothbrush out after I was sick.
Really?
To get a new one. Ever.
Oh, I always do because like the pediatricians always say, make sure you throw out their toothbrush after they get
Why
over
do
the
I
strep
feel like
throat.
though that like Jenna does all the things that she's told by the doctor and she's on top of it and I'm just not.
So-
because you all made
This conversation, by the way, is normally the things that I would complain about if I was watching like some kind of news channel, but they earned it. Okay. They earned it. They are entitled to a few minutes of lighthearted toothbrush talk. Okay. It's fine. They
Well,
earned it.
check sheets, and
how
she's
often
like,
I change my
"Let's do
bed
it."
sheets. We've had this
Oh, that's
conversation
fair, that's
before,
fair.
but no,
I went home and
just-
washed my bed sheets. By the way, I did. I just felt like I need new sheets.
I've been changing them more out of shame. It shamed me into changing my sheets.
Just in
more
case
often.
I ask
women.
again.
Right.
You can
I
be
thought
like,
women were like way better about changing the bed sheets. That's been my experience. I remember an Onion article that was like, nation's men announce plans to change their bed sheets second quarter or something. So she's all right. We're learning
Like,
stuff.
yeah. Okay. So I don't know, but I mean, I've never. So any illness or like big ones like that knock
I mean,
you
not
on
a
your butt.
cold, but I mean, if
Okay.
you're getting strep throat for sure. And then we had pneumonia at our house, so definitely got
If I
pneumonia
make out
after
with
that.
if I make out with someone with COVID, then yes.
Skirt.
Just hit no,
That's a-
no.
that's
I
a
mean,
new-
but you think about like COVID would be something you'd go, oh, you know, like
Yeah.
and you have it on your
What's that
toothbrush.
sound
not
I
even
keep
twice a
hearing?
month.
Is that on the video?
I did. Would be something you'd go, oh, you know, like
Yeah.
and you
Yeah, okay, it's on the video. I kept like, what does that sound like? Is I kept checking around like what's open on my computer that sound is happening.
and not even think twice about it. I didn't.
I didn't.
Sure, it's that you all scrambling too.
I mean, not any more than I would regularly.
We're very safe at our house. Like my kids even have their own toothpaste tube, so we're not sharing germs from the toothpaste tube.
Yes, we all have. Yes, we all have separate toothpaste tubes as well.
So that's something.
Interesting. Okay. No, the things that haven't crossed my mind. I'm not a germaphobe, and so I guess I don't think about it. But if you start thinking about it, then you go, maybe I should.
There's 6 more minutes of this conversation. I can only imagine where we're going.
Start doing those things.
I don't know if you're like me though, but I take a lot of pride when my dentist tells me I have good oral hygiene. Like, it makes me feel so good. I'm like, yes, thank you.
But also when they go, oh, how often do you floss? And I floss most days. It doesn't matter. I could say I floss.
Yeah, I always feel ashamed. A lot of times, like my dental hygienist has been like some beautiful woman or something, and they're like looking in my mouth, like seeing whether or not I've been slacking. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like it hasn't been. It's like a moment of shame. Like I don't use. There have been times when I've gotten the good report.
Every day, or I could say I
They
floss
know.
once a week.
They do know.
They're still gonna jab that floss in there, and I'm still gonna bleed.
Again, Paul F. Tompkins like had this great thing where I'm gonna have to play it.
I was going to say
They're
that
very
we played a little
that's
bit
the
of
thing
it
is
last
that
time.
you're answering
I
how
know,
many
play
times
it.
you floss, and they're like, "I see you're bleeding."
Yeah,
Gums
and
don't
they're
lie.
like, "I'm sorry, I need to
Gums
put
don't lie.
gauze in your mouth because you're."
I
gushing
think
blood."
though that I mean I like when the dentist says, oh, you're doing really well too, but I have a really nice dentist. He's a super nice guy, and sometimes I think he's just saying it to make me feel good because he knows I keep coming back.
Right.
And then I'm like, maybe he's just really nice, and maybe my teeth suck, but he's being really nice.
I'm gonna pick up where we left off last time.
I know. I like when they're like, "Oh, do you drink coffee?" And I was like, "Don't you dare attack my coffee drinking."
Yes, I drink
yes,
coffee.
yes, sir.
Coffee's about to go up in price. All right, here's Paul F. Tompkins, and we're gonna end on this: learning to brush. I'm just gonna start it over here. You guys.
And
Okay. How long
I'm
is it?
trying to be a grown up, and it is not easy. There's a lot of maintenance. A lot of maintenance. There's so many things. Here's the thing. It never stops, right? Like you put out one fire in your dumb life, and then like, what? I got to deal with that now?
I know.
Why
like-
are these happening one at a time? This hardly seems fair.
I hate tax season. I hate it.
So a few years ago, I decided it was time to do this. I went to the dentist for the first time in 10 years. Yeah, I had not been to the dentist in a decade.
I did that.
And I figured it was time to go because my gums were bleeding so much that I was considering buying a red sink. But you know what? That's just a quick Band-Aid.
Remember why so I don't know if any of y'all were here. The reason why we started playing this in another stream was because someone reminded me of that when they were talking about the slaughterhouse floor. And they said the first thing that I noticed when I went in a slaughterhouse for the first time was that the floor was painted red. Sorry to make it dark. We were trying to keep it light.
Solution.
I thought of this video and then I started playing this for you guys last time and it lasted a few minutes.
I was very scared to go to the dentist. The passage of time did not make me any less scared, right? For a couple reasons. First of all, when I was a kid, our family dentist practiced something called the slow drill. This is where the dentist would drill your teeth, but he wouldn't give you any Novocaine, no painkillers. He'd just slow the speed of the drill down so you hardly even noticed it was happening. Oh, it worked like a charm. Many's the time I'd be sitting in that chair. He's just drilling away. And I'd find myself saying, "Hey, are you drilling a hole in my head?" Well, you'd never notice. The drill's so darn slow. I got lost in my highlights magazine. It was excruciating. It was horrible. This was a terrible idea. And this is no A Million Little Pieces bullshit either. I lived this. And I'm a little kid. Like, I don't know what I should do is raise my hand and say, what do you think you're doing? You are a monster. This is crazy.
What do you work at? Ridglan Farms? This is nuts. Give me some painkillers.
I don't know that I have that power, so I'm just sitting there as it's happening going, well, I guess this is how this goes. Can't say as I care for it. Horrible. Horrible pain. But you know what? It was all worth it. Because at the end, I would get a Chinese finger prison for bravery. Thanks, Doc. This certainly makes it all worthwhile. I would do it again in a heartbeat. Oh, already broken. The other reason I was not in a rush to go to the dentist is because the dentist is the only healthcare professional who will yell at you.
Yeah, that's what made me think of this was when she was like, yeah, I get my clean bill of health, and like sometimes the dentist will just like be so annoyed with you because you didn't floss.
Like, it's definitely going to happen. You can't make it not happen. No other doctor treats you this way at all. It's crazy. Like, if you go to a doctor and find out you have cancer, he's not mad at you about it, right? They're like, well, you have cancer. Congratulations. Yep, you got cancer just like I told you you get. Enjoy the next 4 to 6 weeks. Yes, that made-up person died in the story. The dentist, like, he takes it personal, right? You walk in there, sit down on the chair, like, oh, you sicken me. You expect me to put my expensive instruments in that disgusting cave? How dare you? You're the worst person I can think of. You know what? Dentistry is not an inexpensive proposition. It is mighty expensive. And I feel like this guy should be thrilled to see me walk in there with my messed up mouth. This guy should be excited, like, oh, Bloody Gums is coming in today. Nurse, champagne. Have a seat, corn niblets. You're putting a deck on my house.
Right.
A little respect.
I have to keep, like, my dental care has to be top notch because I can't afford to go freaking dentist. Shit's expensive. Even a cleaning.
So I go in there.
All right, YouTube doesn't pay that. It doesn't pay. Period. There's no money.
And it's time for the x-rays. Now, I had hoped in my 10-year hiatus from the dental industry, they could have streamlined the x-ray procedure. But no, it remains barbaric and
right, Jeremy?
shameful. They put that weird thing in your mouth. They have all kinds of very specific instructions. All right, bite down hard. Well, not that hard. Well, how fucking hard am I supposed to do it? Why don't you make this thing shaped like a human mouth? Maybe that would make it go better. How about let me see it so I have some idea of its dimensions before you put it in my mouth? All right, open up. Ugh, what? What did you put in there? I can't picture it in my brain.
Everybody's had this experience. We all know what he's talking about. Relatable comedy.
So take the x-rays, and then it turns out my gums are in terrible shape. Folks, listen to me. Listen up.
Guys,
good.
Come here.
You got to take care of your gums.
That's what I just referenced.
And then it turns out my gums are in terrible shape. Folks, listen to me. Listen up. Listen good. You got to take care of your gums. Gums are where it all falls apart. You can brush your teeth all you like, but if you don't pay attention to your gums, you might as well brush your teeth with a O. Henry bar. Because now I have to have a deep cleaning. This is where they're going to pull my gums away from my teeth and dig around there with a sharp stick. Yes, that's as technical as it gets. A stick. We're going to dig out the evil with a stick. Oh, really? Is this the Middle Ages? This is the best you can do? Let's throw a couple leeches in there while you're at it. Should drill some holes in my skull. Oh, you're going to? Fantastic. It is the 21st century. And it is horrible, right? Like, first, they give me the shot to numb me, and the guy starts working, and the shot into the upper palate, that has got to be the most insane thing, because you can picture that, right? And you're picturing it like, this is as bad as I imagined it would be. 100%. So they give me all the shots, and then he starts working, and he started a little too soon because I could still feel it, and I let him know by saying, "Ah!"
I'm still here,
And
Mary.
then he uses a little.
I'm still here, but I'm going to play Cyberpunk soon.
Condescending euphemism to make it seem like it's not that big a deal what is happening, and he goes, "Oh, is that a little cold there?"
This has been a long stream.
Yeah, that's a little cold there. Put more needles in my mouth now.
Yeah.
I never thought it would come to this.
It's not Cory Booker long, but it's one of my longer.
So they dope me up even more, and now the left side of my face is so numb that I can't move my eyelid. Perfect! Go now! Get it done! I don't care if I look like I have Bell's palsy when I walk out of here.
Yeah, no, four.
So, like, hours later, it is over, and the dentist walks out, and I am exhausted just from the tension, just from the anticipation of new pain, right? Which that really takes a lot out of you. So the dentist walks out, and I am just,
And just to bring this all around to Ridglan Farms again, like, this kind of pain is what the animals go through. Am I reaching? I'm trying to keep this animal rights. It was definitely not for our personal pleasure too.
It was like I swam laps, just exhausted in the chair. And then the hygienist comes in and says,
4 hours,
"Okay, now we're going to show
11
you a
minutes.
video on how to brush your teeth." And at this point, I'm like, "Yes, absolutely. I will watch your video. What will make this never happen again? I am drinking your Kool-Aid starting now." So she puts on this video, and it's like for 7-year-old children, right? How to brush your teeth. And I am watching this thing like I have never watched anything in my life. I am invested 1,000% in this video. I'm hanging on every frame like, yes, I see. Oh, at an angle, very clever. So at some point, while I'm watching this video, people in the waiting room start to talk really loudly, and I am freaking out because the whole rest of my life depends on this video, but I don't know how to make them be quiet and still retain some shred of dignity. Like, I can't go, "Hey, will you pipe down out there? I'm trying to learn how to brush my teeth. I'm almost 40.
And that's it. That's it, guys. We did it. We did it. Was that not great? All right. What should I call out? Hang on. What should I say at the end of this video? Follow Fox 6 Milwaukee. Make sure you do that. Here's the list again. Here's the buyers. All these people bought from Ridglan Farms.
Number 2.
Okay. Yeah. Make sure you give that a view. I'll end with that one. Let's just put that up on the screen. And I will link to it one more time. Guys, if you're not subbed to my channel, please do. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the bell notification so you know when I'm doing these lives, so you know when after I get a little bit of food when the Cyberpunk stream starts. Especially you, Mary. You've got to be there. And Joe, now that you have the power, and you know, I put that turtle suit on for you yesterday in that biking game, and you didn't appreciate it. You left right when I put the turtle suit on. You were out the door. You cared not about the turtle suit. All right. Thank you so much, Felix, Steven, let's see, Jeremy, Joe, Jedi, Mary, Vegan World, Natalie Fulton was here. That was awesome. Dennis. Thank you, everybody. All right. I'll see you guys soon. Good night. Thanks for streaming, or I mean, watching my stream. Hey, no glitch today. No glitch at all. Didn't have a glitch the whole time. Isn't that crazy? I don't know what happened because I got tech support. I got Joe here. That's what happened. All right. Good night, guys.